What's up? How's it going? I was trying to fix my camera. It doesn't look like it's gonna work out tonight. So got the old logo up. I got some spicy ones. They're probably not what you think though. I want to ask anybody who's here right now, what are your assumptions? What kind of card types are you expecting to see? Are you expecting me to bring up deadlock attacks? Maybe powerful actions? I'm curious what you guys are pondering. So I was gonna do a cute little slideshow presentation thing, but I forgot to save my settings. And so it's not there anymore. We just got a list. You can cheat and read ahead if you'd like. Just be Godzilla 2. That's not bad, actually. You can put me on record for saying I think Godzilla was like accurately rated at first. But I think Godzilla has a lot of promise going into the future. That is how I will put it. I think he has a lot of potential, people would say. Alright, I think enough stalling. Enough content creator stalling. I don't think other people are gonna show up. But let's dive into it. We got a pretty humble list here. I'm going to start with one that might be obvious on its face. It's one that I actually talked a little bit about in a Discord earlier. And this is forcing surrender. So you might be thinking, well, Sam, this is not a way to punch through defenses. This is not a stunning move. It doesn't snipe my rival's best foundation or asset. But it does do something weirdly important in this current format. And while I would agree that this is not exactly like winning more, and it is kind of a strange tech piece, right? It doesn't sound like the kind of plays you want to make. Using forcing surrender to get rid of Genkai's guidance, or showdown, or runaway, or a really good block for a rival, like a breaker, an airy smiles, etc., etc. I think is actually fairly important right now. And at the very least, if we are to believe the trends from, since Yu Yu Hakusho has come out, then you have to look at the fact that struggling with studies is so ubiquitous with where like the dominant decks are. It's a huge part of their game plan, right? We saw wonderful synergies from the SWU deck with it, and it's a small sample size, yes, but I think it's I think Chaos, excuse me, is starting to look really good coming up, and Chaos will have access to both Runaway and Kenkai's guidance with struggling with studies, and so I think getting ahead of the curve with forcing surrender is kind of a big deal. Faith Shield is very powerful, and it's going to get better because I truly believe that with Critical Role, right? The Echo attack that Vexalia has that can spend itself to clear the card pool is going to be very popular. Just having a 5 diff that leaves the card pool basically no matter what, like 90% of the time, you know, unless someone interacts with it, is super duper valuable. The fact that it can sometimes actually just be that really sick Echo attack is a big deal. And I just played against, shameless plug for the stream replay, I just played against the pseudo loop, the pseudo infinite loop for Jester, who gets a bunch of momentum and tutors up the spell attacks by looping them. So, you know, the ability for Faith Shield to flip that card and stick it into your card pool, you know, for example, I think, you know, you're going to see Faith Shield is what I'm getting at, right? So Forcing Surrender, I think, is going to come up as that card that, it's very similar to when it first came out in that too. It had like niche uses against Summon Dark Shadow, and, you know, people, it wasn't like an answer to it, right? So people didn't really praise it, but it was something that could save you 2 speed and 2 damage over the course of an attack turn. It had value. I do think combo attacks, there's some cool combo attacks, right? The Duplicitous attack, going that combos to give something Echo, I do believe is going to be at least popular, if not strictly good. Don't forget, Universes players will always play the cute stuff that they like more than they will play the best deck in the format. So I think you have legitimate concerns for things like Face Shield to clog up your pool. So this is something that I think you can get ahead of the curve on by putting this in your main board and just being surprised at how useful it will be. At the very worst, you're blocking with a non-attack like every game, right? At the very worst, flip the clear one on block is like not the worst 1/5 +2 low. This card is just very underrated in general. I am guilty of it in the past. And if you are playing your own Echo attacks, this one is clear a card from Progressive. How insane have we talked about clearing one attack from your card pool to beat? And you can do it with a 1/5 flip on, you know, up to 8 attacks and a lot of attack lineups coming up. So I think Forcing Surrender is something to look out for, and it will give you a surprising amount of mileage. I mean, again, against Runaway decks, even if they're not with struggling with study, they're going to clog your pool with a non-attack like more than half the time, right? And you can set it up to make sure it is if you have a destruction outlet. Like you can, you know, you can scout the Runaway and hedge your bets by making sure that the top card of your discard pile is a non-attack if you have Forcing Surrender out. So a lot of the way that really defensive decks are achieving that sort of late game, you know, oppressiveness, and a lot of the ways that the aggro decks are playing spot defense early, I think are weak to Forcing Surrender. Combine that with the fact that Forcing Surrender is on good symbols. Combine that with the fact that if you do somehow happen to be playing combo attacks, having a 1/5 that discards a rival momentum is, you know, just, it's fake upside, but I'm here to talk about the card, right? So I think you'll be surprised if you include like 1 or 2 copies of this in the main board. You'll be surprised at how effective it really can be for you. The next attack, or the next card, sorry, the next non-attack I want to talk about is Constantly Improving. Constantly Improving is overlooked for what I would say are very legitimate reasons. It usually goes into funny haha decks. It usually goes into decks that have an obnoxious, I mean, like just a painful amount of late game combo. But this card does have synergistic effects with other cards on its symbols. So just to talk about cards like Spirited Referee for a second, right? Spirited Referee is, granted, you're almost definitely going to want to have other ways to commit this, because people don't want to play a card that you can't forcibly use the ability on. But if we are... Oh, brought the wrong window back. If we are playing a deck where constantly improving is part of our game plan, and we're building with intentionality here, you know, getting +2 damage and +4 speed is a fair rate for committing 2 foundations. Spirited Referee giving you the -1, I'm probably not even going to mention as an upside because that is truly so niche. But I think that constantly improving is going to give you the ability to play the game at a threatening pace. And what I mean by a threatening pace is you can play the mind games with your opponent using this card. If in game 1, early on in games, you send pokes with constantly improving, your opponent is going to try to adapt the way that they play defense, and they're going to really hate getting poked, right? They're going to really be frustrated with this damage that they kind of have to take. And you will have to compensate, you know, have cards that ready themselves, right? Have cards that you might want to destroy while committed. It's not an easy include, right? It's not something that you can just put anywhere. But again, you know, we're building with intentionality. The most common card to combine this with is Friend of Animals, because Friend of Animals gives you another 2 speed. And you get heavy on 3 difficulty foundations with that. But that is an intense amount of speed. And we're going to go back to the struggling with studies example, because the other forms of defense really aren't too weak to this. Genkai's Guidance and Runaway. Runaway, very good into constantly improving, but I digress. You can't have an answer for every question. But constantly improving is going to prevent the rival from being able to block to get the card into the card pool with struggling with studies. So if we have powerful block responses and abilities to recur them, because remember Asui 3, right? If Asui 3 is, you know, to be believed as a deck that has a great matchup into Younger Toguro, and I think it's one of the better ones for sure. The character doesn't get to ready, it doesn't get to do its thing if it can't block. And if you're playing one big attack per turn at Asui 3, her ability to chain block is not so impressive. And specifically, Water Defense has almost all once per turn or flip use for minus speed. So you can get into some interesting battles. Now, of course, this is a first enhance for you, right? But there is plenty of times where I play my first attack and I have nothing I really want to do, especially if the thing to do is to use constantly improving. You know, if there's not a whole lot of enhances that you have to play on your attack, then you can pass the first enhance, right? If you have a printed like 5-speed move, especially, there's a lot of players that will just instinctively flip their Bonds of Friendship or Fast Friendship, I should say. You know, they'll immediately commit their Ice Gliding and they'll give it -2 speed because they've only got, you know, 4 foundations, whatever. And you can come back at them with +4 speed. And all of a sudden, you know, they have a committed foundation. The block math is really not favorable for them. And you're most likely going to get this damage and they're going to fail a block. Even if they don't, they'll have to commit out, right? So you can find out what your opponent's willing to do. You can punish them for not having like what I would call a heads up approach, right? You can punish them for just kind of being on autopilot and committing resources, flipping resources to play defense. And on top of that, we are seeing more and more moves that are 4 and 5 base speed. We are seeing the base speed of moves go up. I also truly believe that this card, Constantly Improving, combines with Friend of Animals and the new ally package so well, because Friend of Animals being able to give you momentum, Power of Yoko being able to give you momentum, really lets you utilize the powerful keyword and the upcoming what's it called? The upcoming critical role attacks. Right? The critical role decks are pretty momentum hungry. The Air, Earth, and Life deck, and the Air, Death, Life deck, the twins, they like to spend momentum to tutor attacks, and they like to ignore progressive. Now, granted, they're not playing ally stuff; they're playing ranged weapon. But you can mix and match some things together. It's not hard to splash Power of Yoko and Command Pigeon Flock if you're using 4 difficulty win conditions with powerful and stuff like that. Or if you're ignoring progressive enough, if you're just saying my 5 diff with powerful 3 ignores progressive, then you're good to go, right? So I think cards like Double Tornado Fist can benefit from stuff like this. Just because if your opponent has Beauty Pageant, like a speed reset, like a Beauty Pageant, then they have to waste an Enhance Remove to bring it back down to 4 speed only, right? So you've got the Double Tornado Fist, which can become like an 8 high 7. It's a little investment, it's a little costly. I'm not gonna lie, but it is certain things to think about. There's a lot of decks that are utilizing reduced speed to 1 effects and reduce and flip and swap and things like that. So putting Constantly Improving onto attacks like Rosewhip Barrage, plus 5 speed, and it's gonna guarantee you get a character. Is having a Karama response worth committing 2 foundations? Is that a question you want to ask yourself? It's tough. Obviously, you'd like to do it without committing foundations, but once you get to a late game scenario and you're really able to put this on like your higher difficulty attacks, I think that you're gonna see. I think you're gonna see results at least in the early game. The 2 cards I would highlight the most with Constantly Improving is probably Spirit Gun Final, because you're already trying to commit your whole board, right? Spirit Gun Final, what's the big difference between I commit 3 and I commit 5? You're already so all in on this attack, and you're trying to get it to 15 speed. 15 speed for 10 without having to flip-flop switch stats, lose one or the other. So Spirit Gun Final, if you're already compensating, right? Spirit Gun Final is already a wonderful attack to play Friend of Animals with. So I think that if you're willing to play a late game, again, we're talking about wall breaking. So getting in with one big massive attack is something that you're going to have to adjust to. Now, you might be saying to yourself, Ace, these don't fit my deck. This isn't my play style. And I got to tell you, when you're trying to adapt, right? We're trying to adapt. This is a lesson in adapting, right? Obviously, if the tools that we're using aren't working, we got to do something different, and that might cause you to feel a shift in the play style. And for that, I just got to tell you what's more important, making this deck the best it can be for right now, or being the best at your play style, right? So Constantly Improving does not fit very many play styles, but I do think it's going to help you destroy wall decks. I do think it will help you get through. And then the other card I want to kind of mention it with is Split Second Standoff. I should bring it on screen. Let me bring this on screen, actually. You guys all know what Spear Gun Final does, but split second standoff. First enhance. Oh no, this is the first enhance too. Never mind. I'm dumb. I'm the worst. Bad content creator. I saw this earlier this morning and I was like, oh, this like constantly improving is back on the menu. I'm bad. Never mind. Forget me. For what it's worth, I mean, you could trade the first enhance if you don't have 8 or more to get 5 speed instead of 2 speed, but that's not how that works. That being said, I mean, there's still plenty of very good 4 speed and 5 speed moves to to apply it on. I think that that's a little embarrassing, I'm not gonna lie. I very much got the card gamer brain where I just went, wow, this is dope, and then there's a reason it doesn't work. But that being said, cards like Targeting Blast, which is a powerful 2 attack that gets +2, that gives +2 speed to your next attack. Right, this has life. So we can commit 2 foundations to give this attack 5 speed. We can use Command Pigeon Flock, Friend of Animals, to give it an additional 2 speed, and then give it an additional 2 damage by getting a momentum. And then if it deals, we're going to pass stats on to the next attack. So not only are we preventing our rival from blocking so they can't get cards into their pool for struggling with studies and things like that, they can't use their showdowns and their airy smiles, but we are going to pass stats on to our next attack. And again, you ask yourself, is getting +5 speed and then 2 more speed worth committing 2 foundations? And if you're trying to break through a wall deck, you will have to settle for poking them, and you'll have to settle for cooking up a very big attack most of the time. You know, you'll have the same interaction that you already do to get rid of resets, to get rid of their normal, you know, stat controlling defense. Tasty Riff. Tasty Riff Deadlock Powerful 7. Put 5 speed on a powerful 7 move. All pretty solid stuff. Repeated 100% smash. Repeated 100% smash can refund constantly improving. Right? It can not only ready constantly improving so you can double whammy them with just 2 really big moves, but it can refund that cost after you do your 1 big super punch with your opener. If you have like difficulty reduction or a check bonus, even better. You can play repeated, ready the 2 foundations you committed, and your opponent's probably not very happy with how that turn ends, you know, if you build out from there. So I do think constantly improving stocks are on the rise. I do think all of its 3 symbols have quality, powerful attacks. And one of those powerful attacks is something I'm going to be talking about next. Now, granted, it doesn't combine super well with constantly improving. But I think this attack gets overlooked for some good reasons and some bad reasons. And that's Devastating Swing. Devastating Swing asks a very simple question, and it's one that is going to deter deck builders, and I don't think it really should. Again, granted, this is one of those things where at the deck building stage, and I mean that's good card design, right? You have to ask the questions from the deck building stage, but Devastating Swing has a high base damage. So it is good against damage locks, like always cool. It is good against the characters that flash attacks, right? Like ways to flash attacks, ways to end the enhanced step. Now, the main issue, of course, I think is the 3 speed. But hear me out. what makes a good attack in universes? What have I always said makes a good attack? There's basically two options. It can either replace itself, current design philosophy at least. It can either replace itself, or it can be good as an opener or an ender attack. There's been very few cards. If a card is good only as an opener and it's really, really, really potent, it almost certainly has a bad check value or it doesn't count towards progressive. But if a card is a good opener and a good ender, it almost always has stun 2 and a keyword ability with a rating. Right? It usually has EX or powerful. So it's truly not the back alley haymaker of its symbols at all. But think of how many turns you've played where you get to the point where you can play one last attack. You've got one single solitary attack that you can check, on an 8, commit out, etc., etc. And your foundations aren't going to do anything anyway, so you might as well be flipping them because they're going to be committed. So you might as well flip them anyways. And your rival has the one final beauty pageant, or they have the one final damage reset. They've got the desperate struggles. They've got exactly 2 foundations up, and one of them is an answer to your attack. I don't think people are expecting the late in the string stun 2s. The fact that this attack is 1 momentum away from being 10 damage, that's got to count for something, guys. I know you're saying you lost me in the chat, but I promise you people are not expecting this move. They're not expecting the stun 2s. I mean, it comes with snack time on it. You can play snack time on 2 of its symbols, so you can get your opponent stunned out. And then this can be the big, shellacking move at the end. If it's not the big shellacking move at the end, it is still a stun 2 move that your rival has to respect. Now, they're probably going to disrespect it the first time they see it, but 7 damage is 7 damage. This commands a block. That is more important than being unblockable, because let's face it, your opponent is going to be able to block some of your attacks. There's no deck that's going to make every single attack unblockably fast all the time, every game. Well, we did that with Ojiro 2, I guess, but I digress. It's not feasible that they're going to be able to block every single thing most of the time. Granted, I know this one's a hard sell, but I think you can play this in dedicated face down decks. I think this is a fantastic kill condition for the new Spike. I think any character that is putting speed on moves via flipping their own foundations has an excellent chance to just close the game out with a big 1-2 punch. Just a big 1-2. Now, the biggest thing about this card making it not so great, making it not a fantastic wall-breaking maneuver, is the fact that you have to give it stun 2. That is the most balancing thing about this card, and this card would maybe double in value. It would maybe actually increase its value immensely if it just had stun 2 on it. If it had stun 2 and it had a continuous ability that said you can only play the stun ability on this attack if you have more face downs, then you could just open with stun 2. This card would shoot up in value overnight, right? I get that. But I think that this is going to be the way that you can close games out with surprising ease, especially if your deck is ramping any amount of momentum and or your character is giving any amount of speed. Next up, I want to talk about another hard sell. It's Zeru's Flames. Zeru's Flames is the card you are too afraid to play, but I promise you, if you combine this with some really strong interactions, then your opponent's going to hate you for it. I have seen complaints about this card being called an automatic I win button, which, granted, it's not that. I will give you the fact that it is not an automatic I win button. That would be very nice. However, this is very, very powerful. And again, we're talking about wall breaking. We are talking about getting through decks that want to block forever ad infinitum with every card in their deck, every card in their hand, every card that they draw, every card in their stage. So if you want to chew through every card in their stage, you're going to need a lot of enhance abilities to play. Luckily, Zeru's Flames has a couple of cards that have quite a few enhance abilities on them. Now, first of all, I think we should highlight some characters. One of the big ones is actually, I'll just start with the most recent printed, Kuro Momotaro. Kuro Momotaro is not a popular character, and he probably won't be, but if you were trying to make him work, because he does have a unique approach to damage reduction, and he's got very okay stats. If you start with the right card in your momentum, he can give that attack +2/+2, and you know, you got to do some work, but once you get a decent amount of momentum, you've got +2/+2, and that's not bad at all. But the main thing is, because you get to put an armor card in your momentum, you have 3 enhances provided by your character. So you can get stun 3 just from the things that your character provides, and that's a good benchmark. Another character has 3 enhances is Byakko. Now granted, you might not want to do your once per turn on the first attack. That one's a little rough, but a lot of times you do. A lot of times you're looking for a 2-card combo, similar to, you know, just Tiger Scream after Zeru's Flames, and you're already playing 2 checks. You know, Earth Byakko already plays Risho's Meteors, right? So if you're playing Tiger Scream, you're playing Risho's Meteors, you know, you can play the Tiger Scream and the Zeru's Flame. So Byakko also, a lot of times you can draw Zeru's Flames, have the Tiger Scream in the discard pile, and have a way to draw a card that you're going to want to do on your first attack anyways. So having your 3 enhances used on this one is not the biggest deal in the world. Combine that with Thundersroar's massive speed increase, and you're going to have some tough times getting foundations on the board, but with 38 health, by the time that you do, and you do assemble, you know, exactly 2 cards, you have a pretty good shot at winning the game. Zeru's Flames can swing for like 12 damage fairly easily, and if you have a massive size, and you have any decent luck with Thunderous Roar, then you're probably gonna swing for 30 damage with 2 attacks. The other one that I think is worth mentioning is, I don't think it's, Amajiki. So you guys might have seen me play Amajiki on stream with this card. Amajiki not only has 2 enhances on himself, which again, granted, one is a once per game, but if I'm winning the game right now, if I'm going through the motions of committing my rival out, and I'm planning to play like one more big move anyways, putting the damage on Zeru's Flame shouldn't be that big of a deal. Granted, the Zeru's Flame will probably get blocked because your opponent's going to go into panic mode, put all their speed hate down as soon as they can on it, but again, these are all contextually relevant things, and the main thing is the once per game gives you up to 3 more enhances to play again. So if you have 3 playable abilities in your momentum, and then you do all 3 of them, of course, you then do the once per game, then you do all 3 of them again, that is stun 7. So stun 7 is worth a 1 check. Let's just put it that way. Again, granted, these are a lot of abilities you're probably going to want to be doing during this first attack anyhow. They're going to be things like +1 speed, +1 damage, and +1 to your check. And if we're only going to play one more attack, like, I don't know, an Armor of the Wolf, And the only thing that stops us from winning the game is checking a 1 after this. Then it's gonna be it's gonna be pretty difficult to deal with. So I think Amajiki is worth mentioning. Just because he basically gives you stun 7 on his face. So I think that it is the best, like, obvious character to play it with. He gives you damage pump. He gives you a lot of enhances to play with Zera's Flames. And again, the interaction with Vast Hybrid, right? The +1 flip it, +1 do a check again is pretty good. So another way to deal with decks that block way too much or way too controlling, play the Chew alternate win condition with Zera's Flames. Commit them out. All of your Master of Drunken Fightings become commit for stun 2. That's insanely good. They stun 1 on the rival's turn, and then during Zera's Flame, they will stun 2. That's stun 3 over the course of a turn cycle, and that is an excellent way to sneak in a win. Zera's Flame into the Knife Edge Death Fight is a little telegraphed. It's a little obvious, I'm not going to lie. But Chew has some really good consistency to play powerful fire actions like Barrier Shield. So I don't think it's too bad. I don't think it's like the worst thing in the world to try and block with Chew once you get to draw extra cards. So Zera's Flame with Chew's alternate win con is a way to deal with those wall decks. Karasu is also a wall breaker. Ways that make your rival destroy any number of foundations. Combine that with big damage pump, and the fact that if they are playing a slower deck, your 7 hand size will help you accrue the value that you need over the course of multiple turns. Kuwabara is an obvious 1-for-1. My stage is as big as yours. I can tap you out basically. Maybe the worst one though, because this attack gets -1 damage. But there are ways to reset your damage, right? There are ways to lock the damage. I don't know if Fire has them, but Fire almost definitely has an Endeavor Foundation that puts Zera's Flame back to a printed 7. So Kuwabara, who is already on this, I need to have a late game 8 gajillion flipping foundations to do my win con. I mean, throw some Zera's Flame in there, right? So I think if you're afraid of struggling with studies chain blocking you, we're switching up what we do, and these are all things that you don't necessarily have to warp your whole deck around, but you do have to build with them in mind and maybe change your approach up. That's what all good fighters do. They adapt in the moment, right? They study the tapes and they adapt for the next encounter. Speaking of adaptation, this is Airstream Driver. Airstream Driver is very contextual a lot of the times, but its keywords are pretty good. Its keywords are pretty good right now. Not only can it seal a struggling with studies, but it can discard the card that your rival wants to recur back from the hand. So if they only have one Genkai's Guidance, they respond on your second attack with the Genkai's Guidance, and then you get to play Airstream Driver, even if they do it on your first attack, right? Airstream Driver is in a unique position where before you needed your rival to block your first attack, and so you'd have to fight over different stats and resources, and it'd have to be like still appealing to block, but like not easy to block, and all this pussyfooting around. But now that we have cards like Runaway that people are encouraged to use early, now that people have cards like Genkai's Guidance that they'll probably use on the first or second attack so that they can do struggling with studies, you can use Airstream Driver to blow that plan out of the water. It's also going to make your opponent respect your pokes more. And if you've noticed, there's a theme of if chain blocking is a big deal, maybe don't try to play 7 fucking I don't know. Maybe don't try to play every 4 diff in a row forever ad nauseum into damage resets, right? So we got to change what we're doing. We have to now. Airstream Driver is still not a bad string card. It's still well statted for playing it on a 6. 6 high for 9 is a fine 6 difficulty attack, especially, again, with the added flex of being able to spend momentum late game to target snipe something. So this card isn't like the best flow card. It's certainly no 4 diff for 8, but being a 6 diff that snipes something and has good enough stats. I'll say 6 high for 9 is good enough, even though it's kind of not. But I think this is another one that people won't catch out, right? They won't see this one coming. They'll try to play defense with their referee jury, and they'll want to pick it up, and you'll just say no. You can also make this really big, and if your opponent uses referee jury as your first attack, you can then kick the referee jury for the +3/+3. I think they'll still get to commit one on you. Like, they commit one, you commit one, right? They'll still get to respond to the enhance. But if it's your first attack and they're trying to reset it to 4, it has a built-in way to go back to 7. So that's pretty good and causes some really interesting questions that your opponent's going to have to ask themselves. So this one is probably still keyword relevant. Your character probably is going to want to care about these keywords to really make this work. Or they're going to be a character who has like a response when they deal damage that your opponent's going to be scared of, right? Your opponent, it's going to be one of those decks where your opponent's like encouraged to block everything so you don't get your nasty ability. But this one is fine. This card is an adaptation that you might want to make. And we're talking about pokes. You're not going to like this one. It's another 7 difficulty attack. You can hate me all you want, but this is the card you should be sideboarding. This is a card that you should be playing in your evil to younger Taguros. You're going to have the 7 foundations. You might not have them turn 2, whatever. You're going to have the foundations to commit for this. It can't be blocked by Faith Shield. The vast majority of decks are still trying to block with foundations, even if actions are very good. This card can come back to you very easily if you have any kind of card draw. And so it's effectively a 9-speed poke. You're playing against a defensive deck that will not punish you for playing a 7 difficulty move. And then at some point during your next attack or during your rival's turn, you put it on top of your deck and then you draw it again. And then all of a sudden your opponent says, well, wait, I have to block this Looming Terror. I can't play every attack in my hand. I need a non-foundation card to block this. Now, granted, they might try to block it with an action, but most of those actions are going to be high blocks. And if you're okay with them blocking on like a 9 through a stun 2 and taking half damage, then, I think we're in a pretty good position, right? If my opponent wants to showdown block a Looming Terror, I think that's an amicable exchange, right? Granted, I'll have like 4 committed foundations to like there too, but they're probably committed out. So you should be mindful of the stats that you're giving things anyways. You should be compensating for like a later game higher foundation build. And again, stun 2 is a keyword that was so oppressive for so long. Stun hate's gone. It's time to transition back to attacks that impact the board state. I think that this one's just underrated strictly because of the high difficulty and the fact that we do have cards like Beauty Pageant to play around. So your mileage is really going to vary based on what kind of target snipes your character has access to. But with the Mark Your Prey Foundation action coming, and the fact that it's kind of like reverse seizing, right? Because before you'd have to play seizing first, add the difficulty. Now you can play Mark Your Prey after the flip a rival foundation. I think you're gonna have ways to deal with their resets and their powerful stuff. So I think Looming Terror is something that you should be willing to experiment with. See how your character or your deck can fit it into a late game sideboard plan, and just be okay with the fact that sometimes you're gonna review this card. You should be playing some decent defense too, right? The Asui deck is not pumping massive amounts of speed at you until it gets to a late game situation. And so you should be able to play some like fairly regular defense. But I get that this one's a hard sell, but you're going to win so many games if you can play this on a 9 and just pump it to the moon, because your opponent's going to be holding 2 foundations, and they're going to hate you for this, and you're going to feel like the biggest genius in the world. I'm telling you. Looming Terror, play it on an 8, play it on a 9. Just get over yourself. You're already trying to boost your checks. Play it with, not Blue Flame Immolation. What's the Dobby attack? What are his symbols? I don't even know what Dobby's symbols are. But Dobby's got an attack that gives +2 to your check to play this card, and then becomes a normal 5 diff. Like, I promise you, it is Torment. Okay, it's just not that big of a deal to play a 7 difficulty move. I promise you. Where is it? Torment? Yeah. Alright, your opponent's going to want to commit out to prevent you from playing a Looming Terror. We love that. We love that. So, yeah, find ways to fit this one in. Again, we're talking about wall breaking. We're not talking about how can I play a better aggro deck. We're talking about how can I match the pace of late game defensive decks that have tools to prevent us from dealing damage to them. Forcing your opponent to block with attacks is good. Forcing control decks that are sculpting their late game attack hands, the ones that have to play 5, 6, 7, 3 damage moves to build up a Falling Skies, force them to block with their attacks. You maintain a higher level of tempo going into the late game than you'll realize. Next up is one that I don't think needs too much explanation, but I included it here because it is really just a staple. And I've heard people talk about this being a control card and how assets are too slow and how, my deck's not trying to do that though, right? My deck's not trying to be the interaction deck. I'm just trying to go face. I'm just trying to swing at you, right? Well, this card helps you swing at people. I don't know what else to say. This card cancels the Genkai's guidance, right? This card 1-for-1s so many things. Yeah, we're webcamless. It's not working today. I don't know what's up. But so Team Dr. Ichigaki, I've heard people say, I can't put this in my deck. I'm trying to be aggro on the control decks. I hate to break it to you, but not only is aggro control a valid archetype, or combo archetype, whatever, but aggro control is typically how aggro functions in universes, at least prior to My Hero Academia. Before everything was sheer quantity throwing it at you, we had aggro control early My Hero is full of irrefutable force of nature aggro decks, right? It's full of Asui decks that wall up and then snipe all your interaction to go in on you. So having Team Dr. Ichigaki as a very flexible piece, it should just be in your deck. But, don't forget that this is not a defense card. A control piece is not a defense card. You just have too much flexibility. This card has 4 symbols. It has 4 symbols that struggle to play defense. Or struggle to play offense, I should say. They struggle to play offense a lot. But they have powerful defensive abilities. All 4 of these symbols have insanely good defensive actions, but they don't really have a lot of ways to break walls now that Back Alley Haymaker's gone for the good symbol. Orator lost Indiscriminate, so you need to make your attacks count, right? And this one is such a blanket obvious thing that I don't think there's too much to really say, but just don't forget that this card exists and that you can use it on your own turn, because I see so many people not win games because they're too afraid to use their Team Dr. Ichigaki on an attack that may or may not get blocked anyways, on your opponent having some other interaction later, and they think of it as a I need this to stay alive button, but don't do it. Just kill the Struggling with Studies. Cancel the Runaway, cancel the Breaker 2, right? It's so many abilities. Last but not least is La Brava. This is a tough answer, and I don't hate you for not wanting to play this card. This is not truly a good recommendation, but it is a very funny one. This is a card that has 2 symbols with Mop Strike, and so your opponent cannot effectively play around La Brava anymore. Granted, it's random. It's a random card that you can get through those means, but your opponent cannot choose to early block and just throw, cards with good enhances away because of cards like Mop Strike. Your opponent used to be able to go down to 0 cards in hand, right? To not allow La Brava to steal any ability. But with the cards like Botan's Coaching, and with cards like Mop Strike, we now have access to more consistency and making sure that La Brava has something to hit, combined with the fact that if we have the momentum to spend, and again, it's not a great strategy for them, but it is sometimes the case where you don't want to use the Mop Strike ability to discard and draw because your rival has no cards in hand. But if you don't do it, then Mop Strike draws 0 cards. That's not good. But La Brava is a way to get additional value out of it. There are, better ways to make your rival discard probably, but not many of them come from the stage, right? Very few of them pre-deadlock are cards that you can do during other attacks. They're usually attacks themselves or an action that responds after damage is dealt or something like that. So I think La Brava is worth considering with Mop Strike specifically and with Botan's Coaching, and the fact that, again, with struggling with studies, you're gonna know what you'll snipe, right? If you know that your opponent blocked with a Tasty Rift and then they picked it up, well, Tasty Rift's not the best example. It's pretty good. Draw 3 is pretty good. Draw 3 is pretty good. That's fine. Anyways, if you know that your opponent is picking up a Tasty Rift or a Vast Hybrid Chimera Kraken, or even a Genkai's Guidance, like just sniping it out of their hand with confidence is a huge deal. And then on the subject of the attacks and things with like good enhances, you don't get to build the 0 because it's a first enhance. But draw 3 and discard down is still fine. But so La Brava is unique in this format where I feel like we get to see what our opponent is going to block with more often than not. Now, truth be told, it's very costly. The discard 2 momentum is very costly, but I think there are decks that can get there. There's, Amajiki decks can sideboard this with confidence that they will have the momentum. On top of that, Amajiki decks have attacks that have a lot of symbols shared with them, and La Brava can commit for up to 3 speed or 3 damage. So it's a flexible stat pump. And we know that stats are important in this game still, even though we have a better level of interaction than before. Stats are not the king and the queens that they used to be. But if you're playing a lot of your character's own attacks, or they, have like these insular kits on their symbols, it's not uncommon to have like a full overlap. Commit for 3 speed to help you poke into this wall deck is a pretty fine substitute. So I just think that this card has a lot of potential going forward, and it is insanely good at breaking walls. On the subject of wall breaking, ripping out the wall deck's like really important interaction piece, selectively discarding it, and being able to do it during your best attack, not being forced to play like a 2-check like Villainous Waylay, not being forced to play a big combo like the Stain attack that's so bad I refuse to remember its name. Someone's going to type it in chat, but I won't read it. The Gently Theft that hits random cards, right? Can't be used with its own asset, La Brava. It's kind of rough, but we can put this now during better attacks. We can put this ability during an Armor of the Woofer. Just anything super reliable as a game ender. So I think you should consider this card a lot more often, especially if you have like guaranteed momentum generation. You probably need guaranteed momentum generation to consider this in general, but Void has that. Chaos has that. Order probably has that, but I know Void does. So, failed role model is kind of obvious, right? I don't need to tell people that. Is this? Do people need to know about this card? It's just got a deadlock ability, but yeah, it's just a target snipe. Okay, if it needs to be said, I guess that's a good point. If it needs to be said, your deck should start with going to UVS Ultra and looking for Seal 1 Rival, and then searching foundations like that, and looking for Commit 1 Rival. Well, that's because the Death Figuros don't need to wall break. Death Figuros are the wall. They play the defense. And granted, I think it's on my original deck list. My very first deck list for Death Figuro. Might have deleted it. Revisited more. So my version, this is, you guys are getting some bonus content. My version 0 Taguro, right? I had one failed. Oh, I had 4 originally. I actually modified this. This is not the first. This is not the first list. That sucks. My first list, or maybe it was the second list, but I had 4 failed role model, and I had 4 of the Wolfwood Foundation. That Deadlock destroys one thing. Maybe it was revisited. Oh, here. Wait, here. Yeah. So okay, I had it in an earlier version. The decks didn't change much from this point. I just had some extra card draw, was excited for blood. I wanted some extra card pool clear. And then I also played the Wolfwood one. I can't remember his other symbols, but the one that said Deadlock, your rival destroys 2 or something. Yeah, Big Fall. I was playing Big Fall and Failed Role Model. But they're not, you know, we're not, that deck didn't need to break walls. Because it is the deck playing the 7 attacks and it succeeds. It's the one playing the struggling with studies, right? So, but yeah, if you need to, your deck should have some level of, you know, commit 1 rival. Or if you're the correct symbols, you have commit 2 rival. Right? You don't need to... The Taguro decks were all in on Showdown as like their way to commit your foundations. So it didn't need to seal stuff as much. And if they weren't, they were playing like 80%, right? But yeah, so if you flip 1 rival, if you need to get past regular defense, like baseline, your deck should be playing these effects. You are 100% correct, Justin. I just figured that people pick that up like from basic content out there. I guess there's not too much of it, but you know, you need to have commit 1 rival, flip 1 rival, seal 1 rival. You do need to have targeted hate pieces. That is correct. The average UVS player is, I'm one of them, and I still know that. So, but I figured these are like lesser known cards. These are cards that you think are not going to work in your deck, but I promise you, if you make some adjustments to make your deck better at attacking walls, I think that these will help you get there. And again, Forcing Surrender is kind of like a middle ground, like this is just weirdly good for the format. And some of these are like very specific, and I get that. But I think that these are cards that people are dismissing because they have high difficulty, because they have a high cost. But it's like, you need to shift to a late game plan, right? You need to have a late, you know, you need to have a game plan beyond, can I play too many attacks at you early game, right? And you need to have a game plan beyond, can I flip all your stuff because struggling with studies protects the other things and stuff like that. Most of the time you want to flip the struggling. Last but not least, before we get into the Wednesday workshop stuff, I have Get the Scoop. This is an honorable mention. This one, I will not personally recommend that you play. However, if you are dedicated to having early aggression, if you are dedicated to trying to beat the wall decks before they wall up, this card is not destined for mainstream success, but it does always remove the card off the top if you want it to. And that's probably good enough if you're dedicated to turn 2 aggro. And you're dedicated to like turn 2, turn 3, you know, maybe not FTK, OTK, etc. But if you're dedicated to attacking a lot early and attacking a lot on turns 2 and 3, this card will look for a bad check and it will discard it if it is a bad check. And we were spoiled by destined for mainstream success, and this card is nowhere near its league. It's not even half of what that card was. But it fills the role that most decks truly needed it to have, which you didn't necessarily swing in needing to look for a card, unless you were Jiro, because Jiro players, I won't say it. I'm live. I won't say it. But unless you were a Jiro, you didn't usually swing in needing to go, I have to hit something with my Destined to to win the game. So I think this card is going to help you with your early game aggression. And I think that it's going to help you attack with better confidence. Now, the biggest thing I will say about this is it will also set up your discard pile for like kooky plays and cool stuff more consistently. So I think this one is really cool. I think this one is really nice in the sense that it does help you game plan your turn like one attack ahead. But if you're dedicated to early game aggro, I think you should give this one a consideration. I think you should see how much smoother your turns are when you play this card. And on top of that, if you are attempting to play 7 difficulty attacks, 1 check attacks, 2 check attacks, I think this card's value does go up immensely. Because even when you're trying to build, sometimes you need to get that card off the top. So, that being said, Get the Scoop gets the honorable mention. It's not exactly a wall breaker, but it does help decks that are traditionally not wall decks. That being said, I hope that this helped you guys. I hope it helps you at the very least consider the way that you build decks, right? I can't go out there, build every single deck, play every single match, win them all, and come back with stories of conquest, but I can help spread the information and give you ideas with how to approach your tasks in the future. I do stand behind the constantly improving, though. That one for sure is good enough. You will play 4 difficulty, 5 speed moves, and get paid for playing constantly improving with them. Let's shift gears. I keep forgetting you guys can't see me. Let's shift gears a bit. Let's do some deck doctor-y stuff. I need to ask Tam if I can use deck doctor, or if that's trademarked. Deck tech? Deck tech is lame. I'm just gonna call it a deck doctor and see if Tam. I sent him a message. I'm like, hey, can I use the term? I'm just gonna see. I'm not trying to bite the trademark.
Right. Yeah, I don't remember what other one's called. Like I said, I know for Magic, I think it was Deck Tech where I've seen some of them. And I think that's just the standard TCG.
Yeah. Card Counselor is good. I'll use that one for Star Wars. If I start making any kind of Star Wars content to the point where I feel like I can help people deck build, I'll use Card Counselor. But I'll spoil this for you guys right now. There's no shot in hell I'm good at building decks in Star Wars. Like, deck building is truly one of my lower skills, if I'm being real, with playing universes. I think the thing that I'm really good at is situational awareness, and I think I'm really good at like organizing like that stack overflow where you just got too many, you know, inputs coming in and you gotta find out which one works and which one doesn't. I think I'm good at that. Most of that comes from people handing me decks at work. So
At least you're learning from it. That's the best part.
yeah, well, that's the thing, right? Is because I get to play those decks, you know, I get to learn why they work, and that has helped me immensely. And I do think that for universes, I'm at least better than average when it comes to deck building. I think even if I'm not a good deck builder, one thing that I'm good at is recognizing what people are willing to play, right? Like recognizing like what the metagame actually will be. And even if you have like a world's perfect deck, which doesn't exist, right? But even if you have like the best, most consistent deck, but it's not good into a current format, then like what good is it really? So
Yeah, or they'll have the ones that deck for beating the meta decks, but like you've got 8 rounds of Swiss to get through.
exactly. No, that's exactly it. There's so many times where people are like, oh, dude, I'm going to cloud on Kirishima 2 on turn 14. And I'm like, that's awesome. Did you know Tokoyami exists?
Right?
Did you know that Tokoyami is going to kill you with 2 moves? Like, so, yeah, I've definitely lived through some of that. But, as I understand it, you've got a deck that you want a little bit of help with.
Yeah. Do I need to resend you the link? I know I sent it earlier as like a preview, but
I think this is... Let me open this over here. Okay. It is a Midoriya 5, right?
yes.
Okay, yeah, we did talk about this a smidge.
Yeah, I've made quite a few changes since then, and I've been in and out. It's funny that you had that topic to start off, because I've made adjustments to the deck as I was thinking, going through the webcam regional stuff, and what my experience was playing through as well too. So,
okay, so my first question is: Have you played this deck at all before?
I haven't played it yet. I played the character. I haven't touched them since set 1 rotated out.
Okay.
So since you dropped.
All right. So we've got the Midoriya 5 on the all symbol. He's got what happened? Whoa. I think my League of Legends just started up. What is going on? My Riot Games.
Riot Games. Let me make
Yeah.
sure it's not mine.
I think it was when I was closing down Discord, I accidentally clicked on like join someone else's lobby or something.
Oh.
Well, I think it's handled now. I think the Riot launcher just updated. Anyhow, so Midoriya 5 all symbol. We've got the let me go over the abilities just so I got fresh in my mind. We get the Ready 1 Rival Foundation. Your charge, kick, or punch attack gets 3 speed and 1 damage. So we oftentimes will read that as 2 speed and 1 damage because of the way that the readying lets them block. And then enhance once per turn, discard 1 card, draw 1 card for each charge attack in your card pool. So pretty simple stuff. We get a couple of keywords to buff our attacks with, but considering the fact that we draw off of charge attacks, there's probably going to be one major theme. But I want to ask you, what is the concept of the deck now that we've gone over just like what the character is supposed to do? Going by his abilities and his 627 stat line, what's the concept that you have for this deck?
So the concept that I have is to play Rando Spirit Gun and play Rando Spirit Gun as much as possible. That was
Okay.
honestly when that card was revealed. Of course, I had vets of UVS tell me about how broken this card was back when it first came out
I was
in
scared. I'm
standard.
not gonna lie.
And so I didn't get introduced to the game until Crimson Rampage. And so now that I seen that this was time shifted, I wanted to see what character like makes this card unfair. And Midoriya 5 was the one I had finally settled upon. Just doesn't matter. I don't need anything in my stage. Just his enhance on face, its enhance on face, and it's a 10 mid 8, regardless of whether I use any other ability on it or not, any of the keywords or not. And my previous goings with Midoriya was to kind of like, and you're a fighting game vet, so you know what I'm talking about. Everything is a poke with how fast it is. You just kind of get damage on it. So it's just kind of like, okay, do I want to block this 10 speed, 6 damage move, or 10 speed, 7, 8 damage move? Because if I do, and even like, let's say they block on a 2, you know, it's still 10 speed, it's still 12. So even if they check a 5, you'd be committing 6 foundations. So it's this cat and mouse game of which one do I block? Do I block the first one, or do I eat the first one, planning on the second one? And then, you know, I can either build out from there, or I can continue an attack string on and on. But I'm basically trying to make my opponent make a read on which ones to attack, more so than like the standard game is. But it's just kind of like, just put them in this bad position. 2, outside of that, let's say Rando Spirit Gun is what I really wanted to, you know, play as much as possible. With it being EX2 and Powerful 4, which I don't think there's any other card in the game that has those keywords to both together in that high of a rank. 2, Midoriya creates.
Sorry, you can stat shift them with Armor of the Wolf.
Technically, but it's what, EX2, EX Powerful 3,
Yeah,
isn't it?
not those exact 2. Yeah, my brain was like, there's definitely one in this set that is also pretty good.
Yeah, I have a deck for that one too. I got a Chaos Frog for that one, but yeah. And then the other thing that I wanted to do was, with all the card draw that I'm creating, just to be able to block out aggro decks. Like, because I've built up such card advantage, either I can draw if I'm not drawing a ton of attacks, I can build out fairly quickly, I can build strongly, and then on the other end, I can also block extremely well too. Because Younger to Girl is not going anywhere anytime soon, and Twisted Azure Inferno is not going away anytime soon.
Okay. So it's a pretty simple concept. I can respect it, and it's a pretty good one. When you're able to focus your deck around one big powerful, especially like one big really good statted attack that doesn't really need anything else other than your character. I mean, you mentioned Twisting Azure Inferno, right? The vast majority of those decks that are successful, it's just the character pumping. It has nothing to do with the action, right? If it does, then it's the character who picks up the action card. So
yeah, like I've built my decks now. I'm not afraid of Twisting Azure Inferno unless I'm playing against Wolfwood, because there's not much I can do about, hey, the character slapped on the damage.
True. That is very true. There's really not, you gotta have like damage reduction on the spot, right?
Yep.
Almost like you have to have response speed for it. So I think that having the rando gun, the fact that it's not just the stat pump, right, but it's also that it is one of the best once per turns to use twice, basically, I think is really smart. I think we should start with the attack lineup, right? So give me a brief rundown. We've got 66 cards. A third of them are attacks. Let's just start from the top to the bottom. Give me like 1 or 2 sentences about what you want this card to achieve.
Okay. Last second release. Hopefully I'm able to put speed on it. 1, be able to commit a foundation, so that way I can always at least use my face enhance once during the turn. And then 2, be able to pump on big damage after the block step. There's not a ton of cards that interact with stuff after a block step, so I like the flexibility of, okay, my rival decided to not block or to half block. Commit. We already talked about commit for +3 stats is probably where it feels good at, and that's just what this does. Except it's at the speed of after block.
Okay. Talk to me about Dragon Crash.
Dragon Crash is one of those. I was trying to cover block zones. There's not a ton of charge attacks that cover the low block zone, so it is essentially just a stat stick that's helping to cover the low zone.
Okay, makes sense. Also, our character gives speed; it's high damage. So once you visualize
it's a high damage stat stick. Yeah,
you visualize it as a 6 low for 7. It feels pretty good.
Yep, and it's also a +1 low block as well too. So
yeah, okay. Dimensional Sphere. I think we all know it's a powerful defensive piece. But talk to me about what does it do offensively towards your goals?
It hardly does anything. Like I said, I know I can pump it to high heaven, but I feel like I'd have to get the damage pump on it because it only has 1 damage. Very easily, somebody could just use the damage reduction. Although it says if it's not blocked, they would still have to block and draw 2 cycle 1. I said it's still helpful. It also has the stun, which then will allow me to be able to use my hands if I need to. But it is primarily there for that defensive ability. It's like my not necessarily Ice Storm, because that could be used for offense too. I'm trying to think of something there. It's like my Cheerful Uppercut in this deck.
Okay. I think the big thing about it, right, was you talked about, I want to play Rando Spirit Gun as much as possible. And this is a card that digs you deeper for it. And I think one of the more important things, something I see people forget to say when they play it, is it has stun 1. So you can't do your character's ability unless your rival has a committed foundation, right? So it having stun 1, it matters just enough, I think, to at least have it fit into the deck. Because if it was here purely for defense, that would have to be a sideboard option. Well, maybe not in this format, but the point is that I think you do always have to make sure that when you have attacks in your deck just for a defensive choice, it should still definitely function for you offensively. And being an 8-speed poke that helps fix your hand is pretty good.
Yeah, and it's also, again, it has a charge keyword. So even if I do block with it, I can use Bakugos. I'm sorry. I've been playing Bakugo too much. Midoriya's Enhance as well. I think Midoriya's Enhance is just the once per turn is not your turn, is it? I can't remember.
No, it is just once per turn. So when you block with it, that's true.
Yeah, then I can use it to draw more cards if I need to that turn.
Okay. 45% power is pretty obvious, right? It's a charge attack. It draws a card.
Yep.
Notably, if you play it by itself as a singular poke, right, you can effectively mop strike it almost. You discard a card and you draw 2 total. So, worth noting. All right, 60% power. What is 60% power bringing us towards with our goal of playing Rando Spirit Gun as much as possible?
So this is one of those. I like to, in my decks, I like to have 4. I like to run 4 diff attacks that have powerful, just because some decks I'm going to have to string out on. They have incredibly insane defense. And this is kind of one of those that it doubles, because one, it has an enhance that basically just says if our rival's playing the game, it's already going to get like -3 to the check. And if I Midoriya enhance that or slap on power for 2 a few times, we're talking about a 6 damage or a 6 mid for 10 that's already getting -3 to the check. Again, put them in that hard spot. Do I even try to block this because it's -3? But if I put them in a spot that it's lethal or it's dealing 9 or 10 damage, it just puts them in a rough situation. That, and it's also there to cover my my high block zones, because there are no charge. Surprisingly, finding out about building this deck, there is no charge attacks on the all symbol that have high blocks.
That sounds like an insane trivia question. And also that's false.
So I had to go find something else that hits the keywords for my character, but also, again, helps the offense out.
Wait, we're talking about the all symbol charge attacks?
Yeah, with a high block.
Yeah, you have one in the deck, besides this one.
Well, yeah, I can only play like 4 copies of it though.
Right. No, I'm just saying the Spirit Gun Mega is a high block for what it's worth.
Oh yeah, but I can't run like 4 of those.
The other thing is 60% power is not a charge. It is a kick.
It's a kick, yeah.
So it
will get the enhance from Endoria, but that is the only attack in the lineup that's not a charge.
Right, which is fine. It's not, especially when you're playing it late in the string with powerful. It's probably not going to be.
And again, that's why I like, because it's enhanced on face is giving it like +3 speed.
Yeah.
So.
So as far as being overstated, right, you can think of it as a 9 speed move with powerful 2. Okay. Rando's Spirit Gun we talked all about. It's like the big thing in the deck. Let's talk about Spirit Gun Mega for a moment. This card does some pretty important stuff.
Yes. Spirit Gun Mega, 1 incredible base stats. It also has powerful 4 as well. Of course, the top enhanced, discard a card, add 1 card from my discard pile to my hand, which again allows me to play Rando Spirit Gun more, or to be able to, depending on how the string goes, pick up what I may need if I notice that they haven't blocked lows, or if I don't think they have a low, to pick whatever attack up that I want to,
Okay.
or to pick something up and have it for next turn. Like if I need that dimensional spear, if I know that I'm done attacking, I can go ahead and pick that up and have it in hand. Then of course the bottom enhanced. This is already an incredibly static card. If it deals damage, draw 2 again, and I can go fishing for them if I need to, or just again to create card advantage to be able to build out more, block more, things like that.
Okay. All right, let's talk the attack line.
Yep.
I think it's usually better to get like everything all at once, right? Because there's definitely going to be synergies within the foundation lineup. But I have some things I want to consider now. I do want to be clear, right, that when it comes to these deck doctor, deck tech kind of things, it is not my goal to tell you to play a meta deck. It is not my goal to just tell you these are the best cards to play. That is not my intention. My intention is to help you realize the best way to do what you want to do with the deck, right? And also to help you just consider options that a lot of times come down to personal preference, but may help fit into a metagame better in the long term. So I think that none of these choices are bad. I even think that while it might seem like I picked on the 60% power a bit, I can definitely understand where -3 to a check, right, is better than strictly +3 speed right now. And having a powerful keyword on a 4 diff is pretty good. It is a relevant thing. It's usually found on 5 diffs, so playing it late in the string would be difficult. And this is a character that, for better or for worse, wants to have lots of cards in its card pool to draw more cards. That being said, I do want to discuss some potential options, because we talked about block zones and things like that. So, in the interest of approaching things from a different angle, let's talk about the card, or is it Knee Smash? Are you familiar with Knee Smash? I'm going to put it up on the...
I originally was considering it in my sideboard. It was definitely not in my sideboard, but I did have it in the sideboard as a card potentially put in there before I decided on 60% power.
Okay. So I like this one a lot. It's like off. I apologize for the stream. It's like off center, but there's nothing, maybe I can. Gonna make the other stuff off center. It's not worth it. Anyway.
No, you're good. I can see it just fine.
But yeah. So Knee Smash. Enhance, remove 1 foundation if the top card of your discard pile is a foundation. Build it, and then flip a foundation if the top card of your discard pile is an attack. Draw a card. So. Normally, I would only suggest this card to self-mill decks. Decks that can basically set up their discard pile the way that they want to hit both effects, right? What's interesting about this deck is you can do a little bit of planning ahead. It's not super easy to do, but you can do a little bit of planning ahead to set up both effects. But the most important thing is knee smash combined with a character who discards a card from their hand in general. You can set up tutoring basically a foundation from your hand into your stage. And so it's a little clunky and it's not going to work out all the time, which is why it would be at like the 2 of or 3 of. And unfortunately, it's not a charge, which I think is the worst part about it, because, you know, to use your once per turn during a non-charge attack doesn't feel great. But the upside of knowing that you have the option to at least build any foundation that you discard to pay for it, I think has some upside to it, and it can change the way that you build the deck overall. I notice that you have a lot of low difficulty foundations because we have a 2-check, and that makes a lot of sense, right? And a card like Knee Smash can allow you to not only play a few more higher difficulty foundations, but be able to hold on to them instead of risk playing them, you know, earlier in the game and risk checking poorly to build like a Prone to Dryas on a 5, and knowing that you do have options to potentially get it into play when you need it. So it's a very tricky little card. It does take some finesse, right? And most importantly, it's not really a game ender, but it does wear the stats of Midoriya 5 fairly well, I would say.
Yeah, it would. Because like I said, I can easily make it, a 4 high 7. I mean, that's the stat line. I mean, one slightly better than a Vast Hybrid Chimera Kraken. Granted, it's not doing the same effects, but if we're just looking at pure stats, it's that for a potential slight fisking of either building a foundation or drawing another card.
Yeah.
So yeah, but yeah, like I said, I did consider it. It was between that and 60% power, and I went ahead and went with the 60% power.
Okay. That one already being considered is very good. The only other one I would really consider, because we talked about like the block spread, is unfortunately it's really not gonna fit into this deck. And I don't know, there's gotta probably be a better option somewhere. But Karate Chop is a forgotten about attack. It has a +1 high block and it is a punch. And I think people are forgetting Momentum Hate right now.
Yeah, version so I will tell you, version 0.1 had it main boarded. My plan was to have it sideboarded just strictly for that, for Momentum Hate.
Interesting. Okay, yeah. So this card, you are playing different zones. We do have a lot of mids, but we have every zone represented. And you know, switching out which attacks you're running would change that. So yeah, Karate Chop having the ability to potentially just be a stun to momentum discard move, I think goes a long way in this character. And we talked about it before, your character can't do its damage pump, its speed pump. It's really a speed pump ability. I was gonna say damage and speed, but you know, your character can't do the ready arrival foundation if they're all readied already. So yeah, it's very cool that you have thought about these cards. And again, Karate Chop definitely more of like a sideboard thing, just because having a 4 mid 4 that is not going to draw you a card doesn't feel great. You can justify pretty much any charge attack, even a hula hoop in this character, strictly because at worst you can discard a card to draw a card during it and see something new, right?
Yeah.
So that one, I think we end up with the 60% power still, if you know, having that high block is essentially the most important part of its role, and having access to that keyword basically.
Yeah, we pretty much walked like the same trail I did as I was going through with the initial few early builds of this deck.
Well, so, you know, it's good to get a second opinion, right? A lot of times I find that I just need affirmation that I'm on the right path.
Right, yeah. Yeah, and I'm glad that you said the same things and had almost literally the same exact thought patterns that I did too, which lets me know that I was on the right path as well too.
Okay. So then shifting gears.
I wish Yusuke Spirit Wave had freaking charge on it, because that would replace Dragon Crash in a heartbeat.
It would, yeah. Well, so I was gonna say there's a decent chance that I think having just a Breaker 2 might be better than last second release. So we just talked about how having your opponent have committed foundations is like a big deal. My problem with last second release's ability to do that is that it is targeted commit. So I personally have played not only the original version Yamato Man, who had a similar, he had it on his face, right? He had like commit the one on face. And my biggest issue when playing that deck, and the hardest hurdle as someone who has not put more than, I think I've played 2 games or 2 matches with Midoriya 5. But when I played last second release in that deck and in the past, my problem with this effect is I never want to ready that foundation. And it allows my opponent to just block this attack. It allows my opponent to not feel the pressure, right? And most importantly, it's a really obvious it's a really obvious sort of tell, right, that I have to play around this card more than I have to, deal with your stats and things like that. So I think last second release is a really weirdly shaped card. It is surprisingly popular, though. I will say I've seen a bunch of my locals like it. They play it in Life Overhaul because it's a 4 mid 4 until it's a 4 mid 9 after you choose not to block. So it's definitely got some sauce, but I think the Breaker 2 currently might be relevant enough, and it's a 6 high 6, right? Like it gets like the additional stats from the character. So even though it's like basically a blink attack, I don't think it's too bad. But it does pull away from your charge keyword, and I think you're on the right path where we can only really afford 1 non-charge attack in the deck.
Yeah, and that's like I said again, that's the issue I had with Spirit Wave. If it had charge, I probably would have cut, honestly, Dragon's Crash. Last second release does perform, and I will tell you with that too. I have it as a 4-up because it's a card that performed for me very well. So I said it just kind of presents that. I don't know if you remember. Oh god, what was that card? Single Spiral in my Chaco 2, where it's like, pay a health. You don't want to let the 5-hander draw 2, but you don't want to block 5 and pick it up, block and play 5 again.
Right.
That was the issue with. That's the same deal that I've had with last second release. If my rival passes and has at least 2 or 3 committed foundations, this created a problem with them, because on one hand they did want to block it, but having ready foundations mean that they knew that another one was coming, but they knew that if they didn't block or halved it, the damage pump was going to go up anyway.
Right. Okay. That is an interesting conundrum to have on the other side of the table, right?
Yeah, because it's just, and that's kind of like I said, and that's where the original build, the all Midoriya 5 that I had, this was the symbol that I've played him on the most, that it seemed like I had to present my rival with the most questions, except it was presenting it almost on every attack.
Right. Okay. Let's talk about Turn It Up, because this is a card that I would pass over 9 out of 10 times. It had.
I'll have to read it because it had President Mike's face on it, so I disregarded it.
Everyone disregards it as weird mill cards that work too hard to get stats, and truly it sounds wacky and goofy, but the important thing is that it has 5 printed speed. The important thing is that when you do get to do your character's ability on it, it usually ends up being an 8 mid for 6 as a 4 difficulty, and you don't have too many cards that look like that. The last second release, right, you can make it into like a 7 mid for 8, but you have to commit a foundation on your side, which really makes it into a 5 difficulty, or worse than a 5 difficulty, even if you play it as your first attack, right? So forcing you to commit the foundation for it, I think, kind of brings it back down to that realm, because we talked about you can use a foundation to commit for 3 damage, right? The flexibility of last second release is really cool, but with Turn It Up, you can make both players mill 1, and if your rival doesn't mill an attack, you can continue to do that, which that's kind of neither here nor there, I guess. But the bottom part is the attack gets X damage. X equals the block modifier of the top card of either player's discard pile. And this one is a charge that you are willing to discard a card during your character's once per turn. Also, the fact that you're going to have more than one once per turn on turns where you get Rando's Spirit Gun means it's much less punishing to play your once per turn around this card to make sure it gets 3 damage. Because you really do want to get it, 3 damage to make it feel like it's punching above its weight. But you can always snipe a card from, you can always look at a card on top of your rival's discard pile. So I think this one ends up being a 4 difficulty 5 mid 5 a lot more often than you would think it would. Not to mention you can destroy a foundation. You can use snack time during this. I think you have one other discard outlet. I could be wrong. But
I think I do. I'm not. I'm trying to think off the... I know snack time.
prone to drive.
Of course. Prone to drive. So I was just like, I know there's another one. Yep.
So your deck is no stranger to discarding cards during attacks, and you even do have your Meshy Perseverance, which can occasionally get you. I mean, you have one copy, but people are playing +4 and +5 block mods right now, and I promise you, the one time your opponent checks a runaway, and you decide to play Turn It Up like one attack earlier than you normally would, just to give it that 5 damage, you're gonna feel really good about it.
Yeah, it's certainly interesting. I will say that.
I think when you compare it to... Oh, go ahead.
I was gonna say, because I know in my deck alone, I don't have very many +1s. So I know at the minimum, it more than likely will at least be a 5 mid 4 at the minimum.
Right. And again,
and then if I get to do it again,
you get to look at your opponent's top of discard. You get to have both players mill one to get another chance at it. I will say, comparing it to Dragon Crash is pretty rough, because I think the damage is slightly better in this case, and 9 stats printed versus 10 stats potentially in the zone, they're all different. But if you're willing to play a blank attack for a 6 low for 7, then I think that you should be willing to play a otherwise blank attack that would be an 8 mid for 6, right?
Potentially. It could be. If anything, it would replace the spot of last second release, more so than Dragon Crash, only
Correct.
because Dragon Crash is my low zone threat.
Correct. Dragon Crash, I would say, is strictly better than Turn It Up, because there's 0 hoops, right? There's no, oh man, the one time I have a Dragon Crash on top of my discard. Like, that is not gonna come up. But I do think that if you compare it to last second release, I think you'll be surprised at how often you like having the extra speed more than you care about having like the ability to put extra damage on it.
Yeah, it's certainly an option. It's interesting.
I will say the EX2 makes last second release feel like a better late game plan.
Yeah, again, like I said, I do have stuff I want to save the momentum for, but I do, again, like having those 4 diff keywords, because I said not everybody's going to die to the big, mighty second attack, but I like the option. Okay.
So, Turn It Up, probably just a weaker version of Dragon Crash. Considering that we're worried about our block zones, I think the attack lineup is just very solid. I'm looking at the same, block zones with these keywords, and there are some good attacks, but almost all of them don't have the charge keyword, and I don't think they're strictly performing better than 60% at the role that 60% is in your deck, right?
Yeah.
Lockdown, Knockdown, I think is a really good attack, but it's not going to be better than any charge attack in your deck. Functional 5 difficulty for another stun and another damage, I think is like better than last second release most of the time. But the fact that one is a charge means I don't think we can really consider it. The only other card I'll say is I think Dramatic Slash might be worth fooling around with. The 5 difficulty is not desirable in the least, and it's not always going to be the thing that you want to spend momentum on. But,
Yeah.
But
I'm listening.
Air Force Gloves is a great wall breaker. Air Force Gloves, I think, should be played at more. I know we haven't like talked about the other card types, which is why it's going to be a little.
Yeah, we'll get there.
But I think Air Force Gloves changes how this character gets to play the game. And I think that interdimensional plants is also like a very solid late game, sort of. There's a lot of games where you're going to get great momentum from poking people, and not having a way to cash it in on every attack is going to, not feel as great. And so interdimensional plants can really force your opponent to respect your early turn attacks and then extend into a late turn. And it's also going to let you know if sometimes you don't want to put a 5 on top of your deck, or the top card of your discard pile is something you want to draw. And so this card as a pseudo cantrip, like I'm just going to play a 5 diff. If I check a card that I want to draw, I get to draw it instead. Or look at the card I might want to draw and just cash in 1-for-1 card draw with knowledge. 1-for-1 card draw with knowledge is not the worst thing in the world.
Yeah, and it has powerful 2.
It does have powerful 2. I don't see that coming up too often, but it's not something to miss, right?
So yeah, that's something else we'll talk about too. Before Dark Tournament dropped, I did have this in the deck. That powerful 2 matter on occasion. The issue that I did have with Dramatic Slash was having enough momentum. Either having the momentum and not having the asset in my discard pile, or vice versa. Having the asset in my discard pile, not the momentum. So typically what I did was I ran 2 Dramatic Slashes in the old deck, and then I ran 2 Air Force Gloves. I don't know if maybe I should have ran maybe 3 Air Force Gloves to kind of make it feel that, but I didn't feel like I wanted to be playing 5 or 6 assets just to try to make Dramatic Slash work. I feel like it should work more on its own than me trying to build around to make it work, if you're picking up what I'm putting down.
No, I get that, right? That's basically for the inverse, right? For me, I think Air Force Gloves is so good. That's exactly it. I'm trying to build around that, right? So I can definitely respect
and it might be that way because I primarily, of course, had Air Force Gloves, because now with the Air Force Gloves on board, I can guarantee that I can use my enhance just by playing my attacks.
Exactly. That's the main thing is, not needing to have stun on the attacks. I think is, and almost none of them do because of this card being that good, basically. I think is kind of revolutionary for the deck. And
that's why I had Karate Chop in the deck over, well, of course, 60% power wasn't available, but that's why Karate Chop was in there, because Air Force is charge or punch, and I wanted my entire lineup to be able to be hit by Air Force Gloves. So, but yeah, and then like I said, UU came in, and then I was just like, okay, man, 60% power does carry a lot on its own. To not have the keyword, it still can kind of hang with the other attacks that are in the lineup there. So yeah, trust me, I've been floating around. But yeah, Dramatic Slash I used to run at a 2 of, and I used to run at least like anywhere between 2 to 3 Air Force Gloves.
I think not having fast momentum, and like you said, like not wanting to build around that card, I think makes a lot of sense. But I did want to bring it up just because for me, if I'm playing Midoriya 5, Air Force Gloves is like my safety blanket.
Yeah. Oh yeah, it's a safety blanket, and I have found that if I ever find it early, games aren't getting past turn 4. If I can build an Air Force Gloves on turn 1 or turn 2, it's rough business from there on out. And that was before having Rando's gun, being able to just draw more cards.
Okay. So let's talk 2 checks.
Yeah.
You've got quite a bit of zeros, and you've got what I would think are like the best zeros overall. but I don't think you have any real compensation for having the 2 checks. And so I know we just talked about get the scoop, right? Which lets you peek for a 2 check off the top of your deck and discard it. But
Yeah.
I think that because of the style of deck that Midoriya 5 is overall, I do want to point out that I think Foresight has a lot of value that is maybe underappreciated. I was a little surprised to see younger Tigueros playing this with no 2 checks in their deck at all. They were just obsessed with building 5, right? They were obsessed with, like, how consistent can I get this 5 build out? And while Foresight's not really going to let you do that too often with the 2 check to guarantee a 5 build, it can very much help you guarantee a 4 build or allow you to hold on to a block when you know that something's going to fail anyways. And it does peak the top card of your deck for a crucial, can I go for game kind of moment. So
Yeah, I originally just left it off because I've been so used to playing 2 checks and 1 checks that in my mind I constantly build around it. Like I said, just like I just got done playing Baku. I've been playing Bakugo 4 with 8 2 checks in it.
Right.
I just build my deck around the 2 checks, and I do again. I know how to build around it. That I very rarely I had never had less than, even that whole tournament. I mean, I dropped after 5 rounds, but I never built less than 4 on turn 1, and I was checking the 2s. Again, the deck was built to build around it, and I played the cards around the way that I needed to get it there. So yeah, that's why I don't ever really look at Foresight, because again, I'm just used to playing with 2 checks, and I know how to build around it.
Okay, it does. Again, it's kind of hard to explain the value on the response on early turns, just because it takes away some of the guesswork. You know what I mean? It very much. I personally hate it when there's a way that you can play like a guaranteed foundation and then risk one. Like the most common example is you can play on a 4 and a 4, or you can play on a 3 and a 5. And I hate it when I could have done 4-4, but the 3-5 fails. Does that make sense?
Yeah, and it would be something that I would consider if I was playing more 3 diffs.
Okay, that makes sense.
It would definitely be something I would consider then. But around the 2 check, no.
Okay.
Like I said, I would just build around that. But if it was like something like if interdimensional plants are like prone to dry eyes or constantly improving or something I had in there like that was like necessary to make the deck go, 100% I'd have Foresight in there.
Okay. And then let's talk You're Finished. You're Finished has a nice deadlock ability on it.
Yep.
And more importantly, it's got the top card of your discard pile as a copy of this attack. You get to draw an additional card, and I think that this one can be strangely good at unclunking your hand, since you do have quite a few 4-ofs, you have no 1-ofs, so every card, every attack does at least have the potential to set it up. It's not normally what you want to see, of course, right? You don't want to check an attack to play an attack, and it can be pretty random to set up, but when you have momentum outlets like Rando's Spirit Gun, and when Rando's Spirit Gun is 10 speed and very likely going to hit the opponent, it's pretty easy to set up once you've hit the opponent with like your big bomb move.
Yeah, so I'm like being once per turn, I could be a bootleg Vash.
A little bit. It's only if you're doing it with the once per turn to set it up, and at that point you're very much trying to unclog your hand. So yeah, that would very much be the bootleg Vash for sure. I do.
Yeah, it was in the pre-rotation build. I was running that as a 4-of too.
So the Spirit Beast Poo is that is the it's a 6 check. That makes sense then. I always forget this card's a 6 check.
It's a 6.
I almost always prefer cards with text over cards that don't. The only way you can usually sway me is by having a 0 block mod like Syndicate Target, right? The 1 block mods I like a lot. But I do find that you're finished. The deadlock comes into play way more than it probably should. So once you start playing the deck, if it does seem to have some weird kind of late game problem, which I don't think you will, mind you, your speed pump is good enough that I don't think you should be, you should be going to super late game situation. But this is a 0 diff that I'm willing to sideboard. So.
Yes, 1,000%. I agree with you. As I said, that deadlock enhance has came in a ton, especially when I played characters on the order symbol. Defo. Yeah, no, I love the card. It's just like I said, it came through. I know we like the text cards, but I will say, like, for airy smiles and stuff like that, it just makes an easy foundation to target.
Okay.
Or anything. I don't have very many like flip a foundation costs, but those textless foundations do feel good for those targets when that comes up.
Right. So we do have 3 snack time. How many cards do you expect to draw with your once per turn on average?
At least 2 is currently it's what I had shot for. Like I said, pre-rotation, I would always shoot for if I could at least draw 2. Anything more than that would be great, but it felt good to me to at least be able to draw 2. I have drawn like 4 or 5. Like I said, I'm hoping with Rando Spirit Gun that could be 4 to 6 on a turn.
Right.
But yeah.
Rando Spirit Gun's gonna double that, right? So if you draw 2 with the first one, and then you play
well,
another
plus
deck.
itself, yeah.
So yeah, so I think this might. I don't think this is much of a hot take, but I think you can definitely afford to play 4 snack time, and I think it's gonna be integral to making this deck look like a tier 1, tier 0 kind of deck. I think with Midoriya's speed pump, he has some of the greatest attack turns we can see in this game. I think his only thing is he struggles going second, like a lot of people who build the deck, you know, they don't really have, like, a lot of decks I've seen for Deck of 5 are not including Airy Smiles or cards like Kindle the Flames. They just don't have, like, any defense, right?
As I said, almost any Midoriya 5 deck I've seen has, like, hardly no defense.
Right. So
and my goal is, with the card advantage, to either be able to build out to have master stages or pull the attacks that I need, or B, just be able to chain block for however long and laugh at you while I'm rereading my Kindle the Flames and everything else.
Right. Yeah, so I think having snack time at a 4-of is definitely a game plan. The performance, when I play younger Taguro. When I play younger Taguro, like, having as 1 snack time on board is night and day, and you've definitely got a similar level of card draw.
Yeah, and then having the 4 again, being able to say, okay, now I have the agency to turn on. I don't have to depend upon, hopefully, my rival committed 4 or 5 foundations on their turn to give me something to play with on my end. It kind of puts the agency back on my side. Right. So yeah. Yeah, I'm definitely down to have that back at a 4-of, or put up to a 4-of, I should say.
Okay, yeah, Chivalrous. You know what Chivalrous does. This is pretty much a staple. Kindle the Flame is a very simple effect. I didn't think it was good enough at the time when it first dropped, but I do think defense has gotten a bit better, and you've got resting up here as a 4-of, so always remember that once you're done attacking, committing Midoriya is, you know, pretty. Well, I guess if you don't have attacks to block with, right? Committing Midoriya is not too bad. You know, once you've done the once per turn, right?
Yeah, that's what I always did. I would always try to make sure it's committed, or if I had to, like, do a block, the first block of the game. I mean, the first block of the turn, I would commit him, just to get that up and running.
I will say, I do think that we're lacking a little bit in the speed hate department.
Yeah, that's one thing I wanted to talk to you about. I'm trying to fit 66 is like the sweet spot that I have found playing this character so far. I feel like anything more than that, then I better be having more card draw, but I feel like it would slow it down to an uncomfortable level. Um, but I did want to find a way to get like glimpses of the past into the deck. Like UU provided some more speed hate on the all symbol that just all symbol kind of really didn't have a ton of repeatable speed hate, at least not
Yeah.
on low cost foundations. So getting resting up was huge. I think glimpses of the past would be fine. And then of course acrobatic does what acrobatic does. Um,
Yeah, acrobatic is one I've been talking up a lot on streams. Um, it's just weirdly good right now to just block and get a card out of my card pool. You know, my like effectively having a +1 block mod for chain blocking is how I like to think of it.
yeah,
Better than that, actually, probably, but still, that's a very good
yeah.
baseline to have.
I also wanted to do more hot pursuits, but I just don't know if the deck can fit that in or not. Because I do want more speed hate.
Hot Pursuit is the one that commits.
Yeah, it's the response for the flip after you block your rival commits a foundation.
Yeah, I would definitely play the Speed 8 over that one, unfortunately. It is kind of interesting that right now you can get it discarded by the rival very often for that +2 health. So that one's kind of nice. I think this one, I think Hot Pursuit is a weirdly good meta call. I agree with you, getting it to 4 would be great, but it's definitely, it would take the Kindle the Flame spot, I think, more than the resting up or multitasking spot. Yeah. But Kindle the Flames is surprisingly good, I'll say that.
Yeah, it shocked me too. Like I said, after we went through a while of, like I said, man, just I put Kindle the Flames in after Endeavor 3 was running hog wild over me all the freaking time. And then I started surviving a lot more after that.
Okay. You are going to have to sell me on Revel at his masterpiece, though.
Yeah, so Revel was the damage pump. I don't have a ton of repeatable damage pump in the deck. And see, there's a lot of things that are base speed pretty fast. I just wanted to be able to reliably damage pump. And originally I did have a build where I had glimpses of the past in there. And that kind of would have been like, oh, if I didn't like my block mod on top, to kind of manipulate, play around with that. But it was just like a real clunky thing. Again, Revel was just the 2-diff damage pump. It's probably the least one that I feel, the one that I feel the least happy with. But yeah, it's just that +1 damage, the Tokoyami effect. +1 damage on every move over a turn. It adds up. But.
Okay, how many attacks do you expect to play again, like an average string with this out?
With using my once per turn, at least 3. And then probably, I'm not going to say probably. Usually with this character, by about turn 3, if I have 4 or 5 attacks, I can realistically play 4 or 5 attacks and then still be able to hold at least 3 blocks and have enough foundations up to be able to block with all 3 of them.
Okay. I will say...
Go ahead.
I will say I would almost certainly rather have a more prone to dry eyes, even at the 3 difficulty, than Revel at his masterpiece.
Okay, because originally... Go ahead. I keep cutting you off, I'm sorry.
If only because we don't have, like, the top of the discard pile synergies, like I guess it's All Might 5, whichever All Might cards that you're finished in Knee Smash are. So we don't have the what's his name, Present Mike ones, right? So the top card of the discard pile, there's no synergy with that. And for the price of 1 card, Prone to Dry Eyes is going to do that work plus more. And it's not going to mill us out, which isn't a big deal, but I think even for the difficulty uptick, the benefit defensively that Prone to Dry Eyes has, and the fact that it is just that much more powerful for 1 more difficulty, I think would fit in its spot. I think dropping in from above is kind of interesting in that if we don't have enough high attacks, but your first attack's not going to get blocked too often either. But it is a conditional version for Revel just with a better block because we only have 18 high blocks. But I do think Revel is just low impact, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I'm picking up what you're putting down. Originally, Prone to Dry Eyes was a 3 of. And then, like I said, I would see that every game pretty much at the 3 of.
In fact, I think you could swap out Revel at his masterpiece for 3 copies of Floating Around, my babies, and just be in a better position deck building wise. You won't be able to use them all on turn 2 and turn 3 the way that you would a Revel. And maybe, keep one Revel if the damage pump really makes a difference. But just the difficulty slot with where Revel is, it feels like it's not going to do enough.
Yeah, I'm with you. Because like I said, and I did want to talk to you about that too, because there's a couple 2 diffs that I thought was very interesting that I wanted to get in, or potentially get in. And that was Air Force Style, Vast Strength, and Glimpses of the Past. Unexpected Hero, I kind of plan on being a sideboard card.
Yeah. It's pretty nice to draw a card off every mob strike.
Yeah.
One other card I want to talk to you about as far as like having a 2 diff that pumps damage is a card called Breaking the Cuffs. I think Breaking the Cuffs is massively more impactful, and while
does it destroy for +3/+3?
You have to discard a card and destroy one, but you draw a lot. So
and I do like that because there's going to be some times where I'm just building so that I have a stage to block, but I really want to fine tune the stage as I'm going along, because with the amount of cards that I'm drawing, I feel like I can really I can sculpt a nice stage, but I want to be able to also, be able to have destroy cost in order for me to do that. Like, I don't need 3 Spirit Beasts. I need 3 Spirit Beasts poo built turn 1, but I don't need it turn 2 or turn 3 if I can replace it with 3 other more impactful foundations.
Right. So, yeah, Breaking the Cuffs, it doesn't fill the same role, and it can be not the easiest to use, but you pump so much speed already that I would find it as probably really reliable damage. It fights back with the, it sends your speed pump from like this is hard to block into this is impossible to block. And one of the reasons I bring it up is because if we're willing to play Prone to Dry Eyes and Breaking the Cuffs at a significant amount and Snack Time and our character discards for their effect, there's a brand new Yu Yu Hakusho foundation that I think is very much worth considering. The Steel Muscle Explosion.
Oh, the Suzuki card.
Yeah, Steel Muscle Explosion.
What does that one do again?
So after you discard it to pay for a cost, you get to draw a card. So it turns any turn where you draw 1 charge attack, or it's just not a turn where you really want to be attacking. You can turn that discard once per turn into actual card advantage. You get to replace, a lot of you get to offset all your other discard costs, and it's going to help you go through your deck faster. And it's the kind of thing where at absolute worst, on your rival's turn, when you have no other cards in hand or no cards in your card pool, no charge attacks, you can discard it with the once per turn and draw. So it's hard to say it's ever true. It's hard to say it's ever truly a dead card. And it might not be something you have to play 4 of to turbo through your deck. But I think it's worth considering if you haven't.
Yeah, it could be something to consider.
I think that Midoriya 5 by nature is an aggressive deck. I do think it is something that wants to be on the beatdown consistently, so to speak. And I think Steel Muscle Explosion is going to help you do that.
Yeah, I said definitely put it in the sideboard so that way I have it as for something. So when I'm testing, to pop it in or not. Um, yeah. Speaking of discard costs, what is it? Is it the final test? I think I have it in the sideboard. Is that the one?
Yeah, the one diff that flips to draw. We were going to talk about that one too.
Yeah. I said that was another card. The deal is with how Midoriya functions. There's so many good cards from Yusuke's kit that again, like I said, I want to fit in, but it's just rough. I
Yeah,
mean Genkai.
no,
With Genkai's, but still between them
both.
two on the all they just provided so much like utility. I just feel like, yeah, Dark Tournament made Midoriya 5 able to, of course, be that aggro deck, but can play above average defense, just with the card advantage, and also can easily flip that card advantage in the offense as well too.
Absolutely. Let's talk about that defense a bit more.
Yeah,
There's a card that you're definitely going to have to sideboard at the very least. Defending Pageant Queen. That's one of the main things this deck is missing is we have no resets. And decks are able to get big stats right now. And you're not going to be able to use this Airy Smiles in this deck very often. Defending Pageant Queen, I think deserves at least a 1-0 spot in the main board. But you're absolutely going to have to side it if you can't fit it in the main board. Because there are just going to be EX moves that are going to prey on you for free. There's going to be so many just too fast moves.
Yeah, it has to be. I mean, I think we found some more room by cutting Revel at his masterpiece, right?
I do think Revel is just not as big of a deal as a speed reset.
Yeah, I agree. Like I said, I put Prone to Dry Eyes to 3 of. We can cut Revel, and then Defending Pageant Queen. Probably be safe as a 2 of maybe or 1 of. I don't know.
I do also think that Fast Strength should make its way into the main board as well. Probably just one copy, because you really are going to have to know like what your opponent's deck is doing, and not every rival you meet in universes is going to, be playing like the most bread and butter stuff. But I think Fast Strength is just an insane move. Like, it's an insane defensive.
Yeah, it's something I wanted to find space for the deck as well. At least if at a 1 at most 2 of.
Yeah. I think if you're willing to cut back on an attack or 2, I think you can just slide in a foundation or 2, like a 2 diff, and hope that your card draw gets you through. But your card draw from your stage is basically just Chivalrous. Am I reading that right? And I guess interdimensional plans.
Without the final test in there, yeah, it's Chivalrous.
Yeah. So you do have decent card draw from your attack lineup in general. I mean, every attack has the potential to replace itself besides the 60% power, so it might not be super important to get card draw from the stage. But yeah, I think that defensive wise, we gotta have a speed reset, and I think always cool is definitely something to consider defensively, because it's not always about blocking, right? Again, those cards probably do come out of the sideboard. Those probably are going to fight a little too much with your 2 diffs, but right now you have a lot of 1 difficulties, and so your stage is going to be really weak. You're going to really rely on this rando spirit gun, right? This is what the concept is all about. So the rando spirit gun with the extra once per turns, it's going to give you a lot of card advantage. And we got to use that card advantage with our snack times and our prones to amp our attacks, but we've also got to have good cards to draw for defense. And I don't know, this is one thing that comes up, unfortunately, with these sort of deck tech things, is I don't know how many Airy Smiles you own, but I think you can run 4 with a straight face.
Okay, I was curious. Like I said, I own, I think, 2 or 1. I have to check and see.
Yeah.
It's just, again, I know he has card draw, but then he's also a 6-hander. But then some turns he's not a 6-hander. So I wasn't too
Right.
sure about playing like 4x of Airy Smiles.
Yeah, so the main thing is most of the time when your hand gets gunked up by Airy Smiles, you can discard it for your character, which is, not the best play. But again, we're doing it when our hand is clogged, right? So your hand can get clogged even if you only run 2. The other thing is that enhance to put a foundation from your stage on top of your deck, I think is very, very good for a deck like this, strictly because you're basically committed to playing something on a 6, right? You are intentionally trying to play Rando Spirit Gun on a 6 so much of the time that being able to guarantee a check, if you check a 3 on the first attack, you have committed foundation. And hopefully there's 6 checks, but not always. But I think that adding, the flow to your deck to allow you to replace it later. Because if you pass the Rando Spirit Gun check by using the Airy Smiles, you're gonna get to draw more than double the amount of cards you would have before, right?
Yep.
So I think you can, with a straight face, play more copies of Airy Smiles, and I think you can, with a straight face, play either like a 1 or 2 of Nullify, and have like a 1 or 2 of Ruthless Mockery. Because I think Ruthless Mockery is really, really strong into these long string decks. Ruthless Mockery may be coming out of the sideboard on this instance, right?
Oh yeah, it is on the all symbol, huh?
Yeah. So Ruthless Mockery, if you're worried about, so like Airy Smiles is really good at stopping your opponent from playing like their last attack, and putting it like in the middle so they have to play like a weird foundation to add to their difficulty. Ruthless Smiles is just going to increase your health pool by a pretty big factor if your opponent is trying to play like 6 attacks at you. So I think that its value has gone up immensely with the Yu Yu Hakusho death symbol decks that are playing, every 4 diff under the sun.
Yeah.
And then the last one you consider, where was it? Oh no, we talked about Nullify. Yeah, so I think you potentially drop a Nullify or 2. And I think you can afford to play offensive actions as well. I think, again, because of the way that this deck is set up and the fact that the Rando Spirit Gun wants you to not only draw more cards, but have cards to discard to fuel it, I think if you make tough decisions to give up like powerful action cards to get more foundations and like more consistency pieces, fix your block zones, whatever it is, I think you can play like a 1 of Sugar Rush, a 1 of Nullify, a 1 of Ruthless Mockery, and then still play like 2 to 3 Airy Smiles, for example.
Yeah, because originally, before rotation, that's what I was running. I ran 2 was it Air Force gloves, and then I ran 2 Sugar Rush power-ups. I completely forgot that Mockery existed, but I ran a Nullify and a Airy Smiles. So it's like 2, 3, 4. So it was like 6 actions and assets, but it didn't burn me too often. And then, like I said, if not, as much as it would hurt, I could just review one of those or discard it in order to draw more cards. So,
right. If it's too clunky on offense, it's a snack time activate, right?
Yeah.
It's just not the end of the world right now. I think to have too many, or really powerful action, and especially in a character that is trying to draw and discard cards at a abnormal rate. So I think the biggest thing is, because your Rando Spirit Gun is trying to accumulate you so much value, and because the Rando Spirit Gun gets really big, right? We talked about it with your character only. It's like 10 speed
8.
for 8.
I think 10 mid 8.
Yeah, I think playing Sugar Rush Power Up actually makes a lot of sense here.
That'd be a 12 for 12?
Yeah, The only bad thing about it is it's the same block zone as Airy Smiles. So if
Yeah.
you wanted to play like 2 Sugar Rush and like 3 Airy Smiles, you are gonna be like dunked up on the high zone a lot. But it's a +1 high, and that's the zone you have to block the most right now, right?
Yeah, and that's why I wasn't too concerned. I found like mostly 17 or 18 has been plenty as far as for block zones goes for as long as my games last.
Right.
Um, 18 and what in any block zone has been enough. Because I'd even considered dropping Dragon Crash for rapid punches. Um,
Okay.
I would lose my low block, my +1 low block zone. But like I said, rapid punches, will it be doing less damage? For sure, it'd be doing less damage. But at least it'd make it faster and on hit, I'm drawing more cards. So but I kind of ran into the how much card draw is too much card draw. So that I'll kind of have to play around with.
Right. Um, One thing I will say, having not played too much with the deck, but when I did put multitasking in. I think multitasking might actually be bad for this character, specifically if you take out the last second release, and you have nothing else that like benefits the rival having too many ready foundations. I think multitasking is there to make sure that the Deku 5 Ultra Rare like is more consistent. Um, but I know you need more damage pump, but something about readying the rival foundation for effectively 1 damage in a deck that wants to like string together like multiple things to draw cards. I think this is kind of a trap card, but with the caveat that I don't have experience playing it. I'm just looking at the numbers. Does that make sense?
Yeah, so it is primarily at a 4 of to cover zones. I will tell you that the biggest lifting that multitasking does is those times where my character gets turned off. Of course, I don't have to worry about that as much with Eraserhead.
Right.
Multitasking was important when E-Head still existed in the format, so that way I could still um, pump my stuff.
Okay.
Um, Other than that, no, it's the same deal. It's there to get my low blocks there. I just don't know if there was any other. Um, Actually, display of power might just be better.
So
Now, display of power is a low block too, ain't it?
yeah, I was gonna say display power fits a lot better in the idea of I give +3 speed, right? And my moves are super hard to block. Instead of allowing my opponent to block slightly better for slightly more damage. But it is repeatable and at no cost to me. But the more you do it, the worse it gets, right? By the time you've
Yeah.
readied 3 foundations on 3 attacks, your opponent can block the 4th one. That's usually the issue. So if we're not playing an overload of stun, we're not like hard pressed to get Air Force gloves down a lot. I think display of power fits here better. I even think Human Hunter fits here better because Human Hunter kind of guarantees the stats in a way. It's got a weird timing for it. Um,
Yeah, not in this deck, but the I was running Human Hunter in Hiei. The only issue that I've had with Human Hunter is when I need to string out, I've committed a foundation for +3, which is fine, but there are some times where having the foundation ready to pass a check was more important than the stats. Um,
yeah, I don't
that's
think
the only
Human.
reason I didn't have it here.
All right, yeah, I don't think Human Hunter is particularly good. And it's not. It's giving 2 speed mostly. So, but I do think display power is definitely worth trying out over multitasking. And again, you're gonna adjust the way that you use it, right? But the threat of
Yeah, no.
display of power is probably better than multitasking.
I am down for the cause. I would be happily swap those at 4 ofs of each other.
Yeah, especially if you are willing to play some amount of breaking the cuffs. Just being able to say, here's my second attack. It's a rando spirit gun. And, between my character, 2 of my foundations, and the attack itself, You can give it like 8 speed and 9 damage. Like and that's before momentum. Like that's not a difficult board state to achieve, right?
Yeah. Are you keeping track of these changes, or
I am
because I
not.
know be lost by then?
Normally you
Okay.
are, so I thought you were doing it.
Yeah, you're good.
At worst, you can review the VOD, right?
Yeah. So yeah, I'm just in mind. I do want to get back to the speed hate topic though.
Yeah.
Glimpses of the past, because that's the only other type of speed hate under the all symbol that's repeatable. I know we did have the defending pageant queen, but that's a destroy reset. Um,
Yeah, Pageant Queen's a reset. I think Glimpses of the Past is over Austin.
I
But
I
I
would agree, but
but I don't think that the all symbol has anything that is not. So
yeah,
I mean, resting up being the main one. Um, I do think Glimpses of the Past is potentially better than Suspended Bounty, if only because the block zones can get above -3. Your block zone, it's the one card your meshies, but still. But it is less reliable than Suspended Bounty. Earnest Fighter's not the worst thing as far as like it's a free -2 speed, but we know how scary it is to let the rival play more attacks. And I don't think you're trying to chain block the way that Eraserhead does.
no, I'm trying to, and I guess I should clarify that too. When I mean chain block, it's I feel like if right now, if you could block at least 3 attacks, you've bought yourself another turn. Just kind of right now, the way that the meta is. Anything more than 3 attacks, then you're probably cracking back either the end game or set yourself up to end game the next turn.
Yeah. Um. Yeah, that one doesn't.
God, I really wish I could get the final test in. Just for once to say it's a one-time use of, hey, snack time replaces itself. I mean, not replaces itself, but in instance, that's just what it is.
I definitely think you can flex Hot Pursuit, and if you do get different speed 8 in, like I think you can replace Kindle the Flames with speed 8. I do think -2 speed is better than Kindle the Flames. It's just we're already playing that card too, right? So
Yeah.
I'm trying to check your symbols. There's not like a really good way to do it. But it is worth mentioning that Determined can make Spirit Beast Poo a +0 block mod.
Oh yeah, and then I can build it in.
You have a decent amount of all life cards, although we were taking multitasking out. Resting up is all in life. Um,
Yeah, Yusuke and Midoriya 5 share 2 out of 3 symbols, so.
yeah, your Meshi's Perseverance gets there. Uh, Fortunately, actions don't count, which is like the most unfair thing that Genkai's training is back. But I think a 1 or 2 Determined could make a difference if that's something that you're really worried about. And it comes with the Deadlock to make all of your charge punches, which is a surprisingly low amount now that I'm looking at it. So I guess the Deadlock really isn't live on this card, but yeah, Determined could help you out in a pinch. Again, it does make the Urameshi Foundations a 0, and they've got some nice synergy there, but it's not too many cards, unfortunately.
No. I'm making changes to the deck as is, so if you happen to hit refresh and see like changes going on, that's because I'm going through what we've been talking about.
Yeah. In the same vein, Keiko support could be good offensively, like because it's flexible for that, but I don't think we have enough symbol spread.
I think I can only use it on Spirit Gun Mega. Um, well, Spirit Gun Mega, Dragon Crash, last second release. That's it.
Are you willing to sideboard Prone to Dry Eyes or raiding the villain hideout?
That's one to discard, but my good attacks get plus.
It would be only for blocking.
Oh, okay.
It would literally buff none of your attacks except Spirit Gun Mega.
I don't know.
I don't like it. I'll say that. I don't like it, but +1 to all your blocks on a flip effect. I mean, it pretty much only has to get to like the third attack, the third block that you play, where that like pays itself off. So,
yeah, I do want to get Air Force style in there somewhere because I just want it to be to where if they want to ready like their incredible display or whatever, and just like no, just put it back in your deck.
Yeah, that was gonna be the last thing we talk about, and I think we're about wrapping it up. Then I'll throw it to you for any final questions. But yeah, Air Force style, I think you gotta play this card in this character. I think this has to be like more than a 1-of.
Yes, I originally was trying to have it as a 4-of, is what I was shooting for.
Yeah, your ability to target snipe things in for a long-term purpose is very, very good. This character is like built for this. You can do this on the rival's turn. It's not super common that they'll commit their best foundations, right? But sometimes they're forced to, and it puts them in really weird positions. And I mean, some of the best foundations right now do just ready themselves or get readied by, character effects and things like that. So on top of that, I have actually found the draw card and gain health surprisingly effective. I really have.
Yeah, I was gonna say that's also a response commit as well too. Being able to gain health before a powerful attack attempts to come through is quite helpful.
Yeah, importantly, if it's your last foundation ready and the rival says stun, you get to respond first. So don't let people trip you up on that. I've seen that one get ruled incorrectly. But yeah, I feel like you gotta have something for this. The all symbol is not good at target hate. I don't think you have any other target hate for any other foundation. Yeah, you don't have like any target flip. You don't have any target commit. You might want to look at 80% in the sideboard for that reason alone. Because you're basically letting your rival play all the defense they want at you. And that's kind of a problem. You have to be snack timing, I guess, right? You have to be using the Air Force gloves. And so your opponent's going to have the opportunity to use their defense against you before they get stunned out. So Air Force 1 or Air Force style doesn't even really solve that problem. But because your character is uniquely good at getting it off, and I don't think anything that counters Air Force style. Like there's no, all the blanket cancels do, but I don't think there's a specific cancel that like includes shuffle into deck. And it beats Recovery Girl, so
right.
You can't just build it back. So yeah, I think this one needs to make it in there just because of the character that you're playing. It's gonna make people really question like when and how they commit stuff. It beats Nice Try, which I think is on its way out finally. I think people have finally realized that card's like kind of fake value, but I digress. I don't know where exactly you'll fit it without like adjusting the deck's ratios overall as a 2-diff.
As I say, I'm sitting at 70 cards right now, and I got Air Force style as a 3-of.
Yeah, so I think you can definitely drop the Air Force style down by 1. And I think
dropped it 2-of?
Yeah. And I think if I had to cut 3 more cards from this deck after that, it would probably be both Hot Pursuit and Display of Power. If only, or one Display of Power. If only because Hot Pursuit is incredibly weak into Airy Smiles and Surprising Skill. Like the Stun 8 that does exist dunks on Hot Pursuit so hard, it's not even funny. And then the gain 2 when it leaves your hand is like cute, but it's not any kind of reliably gonna save you from Mop Strike decks. Most of the
Yeah.
time you'll discard it before you even lose health and be like annoyed at that, right? So
Yeah.
I think those would be the 4 I would drop from the list where it is right now. And then
Yeah.
display
The
of
only other
power.
thing I've updated, it's at 66 now.
Okay.
But I still don't have vast strength, and I don't think there's anywhere where I'm going to be able to put final test in, unfortunately.
You'd have to start compromising Kindle the Flames. That's like next on the chopping block, I think.
Yeah.
I think you could. I don't know what your numbers. How hard pressed you are on numbers, but I think you can add if it's one card, if it's one vast strength. I think you can add just one and go to 67, and I don't think the math changes.
Yeah, we'll see here. We'll add one vast strength.
Like I don't know what the hyper geometric calculator says, but
It hardly drops it. I mean, like my attack ratios dropped down by like 0.2.
yeah. So, I think usually if I'm like hard pressed to cut like one card, I just don't care. Once it's more than one card, it's like an issue, right?
Yeah. No, high and mid block zones or block mods are incredible. Lows or lows. Ain't too many people who have great low block mods. I think it's like Water and Life, maybe that's it. That has low block mods. Yeah, so I just updated the link. I don't know if you want to refresh it, it's at 67, but this is what it's looking at. Of course, I don't have any breaking the cuffs in there, but
Right, it's tough, man. There's so many good cards, and you are trying to make the tough decision at like, how do I put together defense on this symbol, which not a lot of decks are trying to do, and it's tough. It's very tough. If you're not one of the 3 or 4 gifted symbols right now, your defense is cards that you're compromising for, I'll say.
yeah.
Because I love the Kindle of the Flames. I know I keep like ragging on it because it's just the next one on the list.
Yeah.
But Kindle of the Flames is like a compromise card compared to a struggling with studies, right? Like it's just they're not in the same league.
Yeah.
But at the same time, like this card does have some really unique upside to it compared to other stun hate, other self-readying cards.
Yeah, because essentially it says like if I can have at least 2 or 3 of these built, I use them to block and then respond once per turn, and then now I'm almost fully up or whatever it is, whatever my
Right.
stage is. I'm back up +3 for the next attack.
Yeah, exactly. This card can be pretty big menace once you get duplicates out. Do you have any questions? Any final comments or questions for me?
No, like I said, I don't think there's a few cards here I don't own on paper, so but they are at least decent cards. I don't mind getting them in person. Uh, um, yeah, no, I think that just about covered it. Like I said, there's a lot of things that I wasn't thinking about on the other side, so which is why
Okay.
we do this at this Patreon level. So, and then talking through some things because there were some things I was unsure about, like display of power, and then just us talking through multitasking was like, okay, yeah, no. My initial thought for having display of power over that was not proven to be correct, but feels better now that other eyes have seen it and kind of thought about the same thing too.
Yeah, and I think in like a traditional string deck, that would be true, but specifically because of the stats that your character gives, I think display of power definitely shows up and should produce, right? You do have to find that opening still, but display of power is a great way to capitalize once you find it.
Yeah, I love the flexibility of this attack lineup being able to go tall or go wide.
Yes, absolutely. You have great consistency for going wide as far as drawing attacks. Your ability to build foundations with the card advantage you get and like have a big board is going to be the only way that you get to play those long strings. But you've got a lot of 4 diff moves. They are probably going to be dealing damage, at least, you know, even if it's only like printed +1. But they are going to be difficult to block. So I think the Rando's gun as the centerpiece is kind of a chef's kiss just because of how big it gets by itself. Like playing it as your first attack and just saying, look, man, it's 10 mid 8. I don't have to explain shit is fine, you know?
Yep. Yeah, it gives that same for me. It gives that same feeling of the cannon blast, except I don't have to commit foundations to either determine whether you need to like commit out to stop this first attack in the string or eat this damage.
Yeah, and
again, Midoriya just says enhance and then enhance on the card, and yep, there it is, 10 for 8.
Yeah. So all in all, I think this deck is very cool. I think you've identified, you know, kind of what makes the character unique, and most importantly, like the correct charge moves, you know, the correct keyword to focus on. So I know we didn't change a ton, but you've got a nice selection of cards listed on this sideboard. Definitely swap cards out when testing. You know, always fiddle with stuff, even if it feels good. Be willing to try different stuff in case it feels better, you know, and if it doesn't, then you now know, right, that you were on the right path before.
Yeah.
All right, well, thank you for joining me. I hope this helped. I hope that you see success with this deck, and I hope that you get to play a bunch of really big, dumb, rando spirit guns as much as you want.
That is the goal.
All right, man. Well, I'm going to cut you loose for right now, but I am going to open up my queue for a few minutes from now. I got to take a small break. I got to refill my drink, use the restroom, all that good stuff. So I'm going to take about a 15-minute break, but if anybody wants to play Star Wars Unlimited or Universes, I'm going to come back, and if we got people in the queue, we're going to play on TTS. If I don't have people in the queue, I'm probably going to call it a night. Does that seem fair? Oh, I don't think he's here still. Okay, well.
Oh, no, you're good. You're good. I heard you. I don't know why nothing came through. Yeah, you're good.
Okay, fair enough. Then yeah, thank you for joining me again. I'm going to end the call, take a quick break, and I'll be back in about 15 minutes.
Yep.
Oh, Maglord, thank you. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate that. Yeah, the Patreon deck techs aren't something that we do too often. But it is something available. I think it's at the $10 level on Patreon is what we're working with. So most of the time I'm just playing games. So I got a queue in my Discord. And if you want to join the Discord, just let me know. I can provide a link for that. My Discord, my Nightbot, unfortunately cancels it makes it expire. The link expires, so we'll see how it goes. But with that said, I am going to take a tiny little break, a little 15er. Try to get drink refill. I need to be better about the Discord. I really do. Let me just post this link. There we go. Alright. See you guys soon. All right, let's bring it back. Thank you for staying with me. Let me boot up the TTS here. See what we're rocking with. I keep forgetting you guys can't even see. You just got home. Well, you can catch. I'm doing a pretty decent job. I don't think I've got everything, but most stuff is up on YouTube. So I Do my are my VODs available right now? I don't think I can make them available once the stream starts, but there's like a setting for that. Binge 2 episodes of X-Men 97. Okay. I don't know if 2 episodes count as a binge, but I'm here for it. Oh, see, complaint so you know it's good. Oh, shit, that sent me. Yo, we love Ose, but true. That's fucking... Oh man, it's fucked up because I think I agree with Ose on more things than most people. So, I know it's not on everything, but oh, that's actually so funny. Someday I'm gonna remember to hit you up about tag battles, by the way. It's been every week I'm like, it's time to do it, and then it's like, oh wait, there's another event. Oh wait. There's more stuff in the way, you know? But I will remember eventually. Alright. You're down in a bit, you got the challenger deck saved? Okay, easy to learn. I can dig it. I can dig it.
Hey, how's it going?
Hey, what's up, what's up?
Nothing much. What's the table name and password?
The new format is Ace for the table name and 123 for the password. I figure that should be the easiest way to remember going forward.
That makes sense. Is it all capital or lowercase?
Nope, should all be lowercase, no shifting. No shift necessary.
Alright, hacked in.
Man. Some symbols will just always struggle for low blocks, huh?
I've been thinking about going back to Mirio specifically because it looks like more and more people are getting rid, or not putting as many low blocks in because of all the super powerful high attacks, and the ratios are all seems to be a little off.
Yeah, that's very true. I had a local just now send me a Mirio deck list. And my main critique, my main feedback for them was that their attack ratio was way too low.
Yeah.
They had
I also think Mirio is just really good right now with, the I think Phantom Threat's broken card, and I think Armor of the Wolf is a broken card. And I think Mirio breaks them better than just about anybody else. And so the hero that breaks the broken attacks is going to do well.
Right.
But I played it a couple times and I just found no joy. And so I put it aside.
Yeah, kinda. I feel that. I think, yeah, so my hot take is I think Mirio is just like obviously strong character, right? Like,
yeah.
I think that Mirio's just good. And the biggest thing is that I really think that like Phantom Threat is so well statted. Like, people have talked about like, well, I only want to play like 1 or 2, 3 Phantom Threats at most. And I'm like,
No. You want to do that every turn.
I want to draw 3 Phantom Threats. You know,
Yeah.
I want to send one to momentum and then powerful the third one, and you know, it's not. I don't know. It's just never been a difficult
Yeah.
issue for me to have too many of that card. You know.
Yeah, I've never looked at a hand and thought, I wish I didn't have the Phantom Threat here.
Yeah, like oh no, I can't send my second 8 low for 9 to my momentum. Whatever shall I do?
Yeah, yeah. And then Mirio with Phantom of the or Armor of the Wolf having Lemillion of the Big Three give 3 enhances, plus all of his kit to go grab momentum, then use the Armor of the Wolf in the momentum. Uh, it's been wild throwing out 10-10 low Phantom Threat followed by 12-12 or higher Armors of the Wolf.
Yeah. Okay. I figured out my problem. I changed the current deck on a different tab, and not the current deck on the tab that I'm trying to add cards on, which I feel like used to not be an issue, but now it is. Can't figure out what changed, but we did it.
Good.
We figured it out finally. Yeah, I think the main takeaway is that Zone Overload is just really strong, and his foundation, Lemillion of the Big Three, combined with like just like his secret rare is so much of like no one else gets to do this, right? Like no one else gets to abuse these cards. Combined with like the solid defense, like he has a defensive ability that should be good in any format.
Yeah, the only thing I don't like about him is that he blocks. Wow. Okay. Well, looks like you're going first. He blocks 1 or 2 attacks. Let's say 2 attacks, and then blocks 1 on face. But then with the younger Taguros throwing out 7 attacks, that's been an issue.
Yeah. Then they power over like all attempts at reason and slowing down. I'm gonna keep.
I'm gonna toss 4.
Good to start.
Yep, you're good to go.
2.
Oh, okay. Starting off with that.
Nice. 3. 4. Okay. Not the worst.
Reveal out 1, draw 2.
Yeah, Macho Concealment's kind of a beating, not gonna lie.
Cooperation on a 2. We'll do Unmatched Quickness on a 2. Ooh, big brain. Relaxed Demeanor on a 3. And do another Cooperation offer on a 5. And a Quick to Act on a 4. 3. Yeah, 4.
You draw 5. Okay. Let's go on a 5. Bonjin, 2 speed.
Okay.
The Flash.
6. Speed 6. 7, 8, 9.
Oh.
Dang it. 3, 5, 6, 7, 8. Bummer. I'll take 5.
Oh, we did it.
Yeah.
Correct. Wow. Being a 6-hander or being a 7-hander is rough in this.
Well, turn 2. Turn 2 is rough.
Yeah, let's see if we can't check one more 5. Oh wait, does this do something? Sorry. After it deals, I have to choose this.
Or you could grab a momentum.
Yeah, we're not, unfortunately, doing Mentor Legacy Punch. We're actually doing this. Oh, I checked a 6 anyway. I'll respond Jin. It's 3 speed. If you have no response, I'll give it 1 damage.
Okay. I'll flip cooperation off for -3 speed.
Yeah. I'll pass.
4, 5, 6, 7.
Oh, you had
5,
it.
7.
Okay. That leaves me. Fair enough. 2. Go ahead.
Review out 1, draw 7. First, I'm going to Elder Toguro, discard a non-foundation to play a card from my discard pile. I will play Risho's Meteor
Whoa.
on a 4. Checks the 3, commit for 4. Any response?
Do you want to respond with crystal darts?
Yes. 1, 2, 3.
That is one of the saucier parts of the evil version.
Yeah. I keep forgetting that it does that. I threw it in at the very end as a deadlock
Right.
option, and I just haven't played with it much.
It just matters because you gotta do that before I Jin. Give it -2 speed.
Okay. I'll say I'm gonna try to flip Masho Concealment.
Nope.
You got it.
I will Masho Concealment for -1 speed.
I'll say if it's not blocked, you flip 2 foundations.
I'll pass.
I'll swap speed and damage. Make it a 5 high for 1.
Oh no. Good +2 to my check the block.
I will flip Relaxed Demeanor to grab an attack from my deck and put it in my discard.
That's hot.
Unless you want to cancel it.
No, I'm letting it happen because it's cool.
Okay. Well,
I want the knowledge, right? Like, I want to know what your deck does. I want to see, okay, so we got Warp Gates now. So now I know for game 2 to cancel it. Leave
Yeah, I need
the
that
1 check.
I need the 1 check out of the deck.
I had a feeling that was happening, but I wanted to know. I'll
Yeah.
pass.
I'll pass as well. It's a 5 high for 1.
Okay, on a 7 with +2, it checks.
Alright. I see your Jin, and I'll raise you a League of Villains on a 5.
Ooh,
Checks.
okay. Right in my style.
Then Invincible Body on a 5.
Oh, he's
Check.
got so much interaction.
And let's see, Immortal Shapeshifter on a 5. Checks. And a Larceny on a 5. Checks.
A 5. Excuse me. So, Mentor Legacy. Respond 2 speed.
Okay, no response.
Alright. First chance will be Masho Concealment for 1 damage.
Alright, I'll reduce its damage to 0.
Okay. I will pass.
I'll pass as well, and I'll eat it.
Okay. See you. I was not expecting the hard read with the invincible blow on a 6. 4, 5, 6. I'll respond with Jin. 3 speed.
Okay.
Do not have moment. I'm a fool.
7. 7 mid.
7 mid,
Okay.
8 flash coming at you.
7. That's a lot of damage. 7, 8, 9, 10. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Full block.
Okay. You've passed this test. Here is another. Uh-oh.
All right.
Not great on my end.
Toss that one. Draw 7. Huh. What do I want to do here? I think. I don't want you to remove Warp Gate Portal. So we're going to be. I will discard with Elder Toguro a non-foundation to grab. Something I don't care if it leaves. Tremor Eruption and play it on a 4. Checks the 5, and I'll respond to flip Masho Concealment.
Okay.
Oh, nice.
I'll respond Jin. Give it -2 speed.
Okay. I will swap the speed and damage. 6 high or 6 low for nothing.
Okay, I kind of feel like you're doing my job for me, but I'll pass.
I'll give it a damage with Larceny.
Fair enough, I'll pass.
I will pass. Oh, I'll say if it's blocked, you commit a foundation.
Oh, I'm definitely taking one.
Yeah, I'll set a 6 low for 1.
Alright, I'm at 26.
Okay, then I'll go. Let's see. Defending Pageant Queen on a 3. Larceny on a 3. And end my turn.
Four. Cool. 3. Yeah, we're going there.
All right, to
Doing
10.
the thing.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Review that out. Draw 4. I'll go ahead and
I'm at 10.
yeah, you're not quite where I want you. I'll go ahead and we got 23 and 30. I'll review out, or I'll Elder Toguro. Toss that to play a Final Exam Gut Shot on a 4. Checks a 3, commit for 4. I'll respond, have you discard the top 8.
Okay, we're at that point. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7.
All my spicy attacks are still in my. I guess I could Warp Gate Portal to then grab the spicy attacks out of the deck, but you'll just destroy my Warp Gate Portal.
You are 100%.
Yeah.
Especially
then,
now. I will not respond with Jin.
Okay, then it's a 3 mid 6.
4. Breaker 1.
Okay. We'll do cooperation offer. What do you got? Deadlock. Destroy your rival discards a card. Deadlock form. Oh yeah, that one. Okay, on a 3. checks. I'll end my turn.
All right.
Or
You draw 5. On a 4. On Jin. 5 mid, 4 flash.
5 mid, 4 flash. 5, 6, 7. 5, 6, 7. Full block.
I'll respond. A 4.
So
3.
okay, so you are in deadlock now.
Yep.
Review out 1, draw 4. Gosh. Okay, I will toss with Elder Toguro, run away to play Crystal Darts. On
Okay.
5, checks a 2, 3,
no.
4, 5. Any response?
I will respond with Jin. -2 speed.
Okay. I will deadlock enhance. Give it +1 speed for every 6 in my discard pile. It's 5.
Is this? I will pass.
Okay. I'll give it +5 damage.
I will pass.
Give it a damage with larceny.
I'll pass.
Give it a damage with larceny.
I'll pass.
I'll destroy foundation to give it 1 damage here, and then respond for health.
At 13 damage.
Yeah.
We get +2 to my check the block.
I will swap speed and damage.
I'll pass.
I will pass as well. 13 high for 8.
I'll take 8. I'll respond 3 ultra regen.
For okay.
The draw 4, cycle, and then draw 2. Now 34 cards in my deck.
Okay, I'll go nothing to see here on a 3. And I'll end my turn.
Okay. Not review. Go. Tornado Fist on a 5. It checks.
Okay.
I'll respond
no.
with Jin. It gets 3 speed. 7 high, 5 flash.
Oh gosh, that's fast. I'll eat 5.
Okay. I will choose to get the momentum.
Okay.
Go electromagnetic bullets. Oh, check the 2 there. 1, 2, 3. After it gets played, I'll flip acrobatic. And I'll respond with Jin. It's 2 speed.
Okay, and it's flash.
5 high for 6 flash.
5, 6, 7. 4, 5, 6, 7. Full block.
That 2 check really hurt. I'm not gonna
Yeah.
go on a 5. 5. I'll end there.
Okay. Draw my 4. I will play Surging Crystal Darts on a 5. Checks the 3, but that's one of them I want to see. 2, 3. Or 4, 5. Any response?
I'll Jin. Minus 3 speed.
Okay. I will deadlock enhance and get 42 divided by 6. 7 speed.
Okay.
Okay. So that one's gone. I'll go ahead and Elder Taguro. Discard this to play.
I will cancel. Oh, it's an enhanced ability. I'm tripping. I'm the worst.
Okay.
I am really bad at this game. My bad. Well, now you know I have a nullify.
Okay.
I'll shuffle my deck.
I
Man, I was so
will.
excited to have the momentum for once.
Yeah.
I'm so dumb.
Will then go through and play.
I was just sitting here for a second, like, wait, why am I not nullifying the form? Gee, there's a reason.
Well, you're actually kind of in luck in that. My other one's in my momentum.
Nice.
But that's okay. I'll play something else. I'll go with a.
Actually, so mad at myself.
Free show on a 4. Checks a 5. Your response?
Jin. Minus 2 speed.
Okay. I will attempt to flip stopping for breakfast.
I'll Jin that one.
Okay.
No enhance.
So if you don't block this, you flip 2 foundations.
Yeah. Go ahead and pass.
I'll give it a damage with larceny.
I'll pass.
Damage with larceny.
I'll pass.
Destroy with a mortal shapeshifter for a damage, and then respond with a mortal shapeshifter for a health. Dink.
I'll pass.
I'll swap speed and damage. So it's an 8 for 2.
Guess I'll nullify that one. Then I'll pass.
I will pass as well. 2 high for 8.
6. 5, 6.
Okay, no damage. We'll do Unmatched quickness on a 2. Okay, yours.
Oh. A little painful, I'm not gonna...
Yeah, this is 2 very control decks, and I I have such a small percentage of attacks because I usually warp gate portal and then grab more and more and more.
Right?
Here, you don't. I'm sitting with no attacks. And you're not afraid to go into deadlock. I am. Review that one, draw 4.
My deck does not have like any card draw or fixing. Main issue. I should still be playing like a mop strike or 2 just to go through the deck faster.
I'm gonna review Elder Toguro, toss that one, and grab a Flat Mr. Compress. On a 4, checks. I'll respond, destroy your momentum.
Damn, we got them all. Yeah. All. No response.
I'll lose 1 health and destroy this bottom face down.
Okay. I will pass.
I'll destroy a foundation with Immortal Shapeshifter and then respond to see if I can get a health. I do for damage.
I'll pass.
I'll give it a damage with Larceny.
I'll pass.
Larceny.
Pass.
I will swap speed and damage.
I'll pass.
I'll send it 7 mid for 4.
I'll take 4.
Okay. Then we'll do another Immortal Shapeshifter on a 3. Check a 2. 3.
Mentor Legacy Punch. Checks a 4. Any response? Or I have a first response. Gosh, do I even get to do this anymore? I guess I do. Respond Jin. 3.
Okay.
Your response.
No response.
Okay. I will enhance with... Let's go Botan's coaching.
Okay, we both discard then draw.
Yeah.
Okay. Discard, then draw. Okay, I will Barrier Shield on a 2. Drop that speed down to 0. My next card I play gets Breaker 2.
I guess I'll let that resolve.
Okay.
I will Botan's coaching.
Okay, I'll discard that. Draw 1. I will destroy a foundation with Elder Toguro to switch the speed and damage. I will then respond with both Immortal Shapeshifters for +1 health. 1 yes, 2 yes.
Yeah, I really don't have damage pump in my stage. Hey, Tam Cardwell, thank you for the raid. I will go ahead and pass.
I will pass and I'll eat 0.
Right. Play Tornado Fist on a 6. 5/6. I'll respond Jin. It's 3 speed.
Yeah, it's a flash. Okay, I've got no response. 4, 5, 6, 7. Let's do block on an 8. 5, 6, 7, 8. Full block. I'll say breaker 1 and breaker 2.
Okay, when the breaker 1 is played, I will respond to give it -1 to its rating.
Okay, so then only breaker 2.
And then with the breaker 2, I'll respond Mentor Legacy Punch to cancel that.
Okay. My breakers are gone.
And then that means I get to play Gently Theft Unaccosted. 6. I'll respond. It gets 3 speed. 7 mid 8 flash.
Gosh. That is a fast flash. 7 mid 8. Where's the damn? Okay, I'll take 8.
Wonderful. Wind Barrier on a 5. Checks. I'll respond Jin. It gets 2 speed. Your response.
I'll nothing to see here. Discard a momentum -3 speed.
Response.
No response.
Okay, then my first enhance has to be it gets 2 damage.
Ah, true. All nothing to see here. -3 speed.
I will cancel that.
Okay.
Let's go ahead and what else do you have? Pageant Queen, Shapeshifter, Unmatched. Get that. I'll go ahead and pass.
I'll flip cooperation offer -3 speed.
I'll cancel that.
Okay.
I will pass enhance.
All right. What other cancels do you have? Breaker cancel, asset cancel. Okay. I will remove this, drop the speed down to 1.
Yeah. I'll pass.
I'll drop the speed with unmatched quickness.
We've got the full go round.
Yeah.
Cancel your next non-character ability. Played this enhanced.
I'll character ability, switch the speed and damage. I'll destroy this to do it and respond Immortal Shapeshifter. Does that next non-character ability? So I guess that response is canceled.
Yeah, you still have to pay the cost to check the 5, and as long as the cost is paid, which you did check, but yeah, that gets canceled. I'll pass enhance.
I'll pass as well and I'll eat 0.
Yeah. Alright, time to go for broke. Gently Theft on an 8, baby. 6, 7, 8. Give me an attack off the top. Nope. It's only 6 mid for 8.
Yeah, only.
Only.
Okay, 6 mid, 6. Say 6, 7,
No,
8,
you
9,
don't have a
10.
mid-block.
5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. You have one more attack. I doubt it. I will attempt to half block on a 10. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And then after I block with the card, you'll remove that. So I'll take 4. I'm at 2.
Okay.
This is the last card in it.
Ooh, you know, the last card's really good, but it's not kill you good.
It can do 2. Good.
Yeah, I really just need you to check a 3 there, huh?
Yeah. Now I've got nothing in my discard. So, what left?
Let's see here. Guess I hold on to my 1 card. This dealt. You start turning these.
That one dealt as well.
This one. I think I felt pressured because of my small deck size a little too early. I don't think I actually needed to be worried about milling out there.
Yeah, maybe not.
I think I was actually fine.
Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We're in deadlock. We'll go Vile Seizing on a 4. Check a 5. I've got no response.
I guess I have to Jin. -3 speed.
Okay.
No other responses.
My first enhance will be Deadlock Enhance. Your checks get -2.
I'll cancel that.
Roger.
Probably not even the one to cancel with where my hand's at, but you know, I will pass.
I will say make a check against a 7.
Oh, come on. I guess it fails anyways. So tough. I'll pass.
I will give it a speed with unmatched quickness.
I'll pass.
Speed with unmatched quickness.
Pass.
Too high, 6.
I will take 6. I'm at 14.
14. So 4, 5, 6. 5, 6. You'll destroy one of them. I've got on the discard. Okay. I will Elder once per turn.
Yep.
I'll toss.
I can't believe I tried to nullify the form.
I'll toss out Tetra Terror.
Whoa, that's not good for me.
And play Vile Seizing on a 5. Checks a 4, 5.
Yeah,
Any
that makes
response?
sense. I will respond Jin. -2 speed.
I'll say check against. Oh wait, sorry. No. I say Deadlock Enhance. Your checks get -2 for the rest of the turn.
Correct. I will pass.
Say check against a 7.
That super failed.
Okay.
Pretty duper fail.
Yours?
I have no enhance.
I'll destroy a foundation with Immortal Shapeshifter and then respond with both of them.
Yep.
I'll fail that one. I think I just failed that one too, but I'll get my damage.
I'm passing.
I will give it a speed with unmatched quickness. And then
Pass.
if you pass again, another speed with unmatched quickness.
I'll pass.
I'll send it 3 high for 7.
At 7.
You still haven't used this.
Well, yeah, I gotta wait for the big one.
Yeah, I only have one in hand, so I'm like, okay. So let's go with
Yeah.
no remorse on a 3.
You gotta make me use it.
And then surviving the final on a 3. Surviving the final on a 4. And my turn. And hope I live. So these are both dealt damage.
Draws. Draw all the good ones. Four in hand. We gotta play some disgusting lines, don't we? A 4. Respond for +3 speed. Hell yeah. Any response?
No response.
All right. First in hand. I'll pass.
I'll discard a momentum with nothing to see. Uh-oh. I'm coming back.
Oh,
Well, I
yeah,
don't know
you
what
got
happened.
disconnected. Not good.
All right, let me. Act 1, 2, 3. Okay, I'm in the process of discarding a momentum.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna discard a momentum for -3 speed.
I'm gonna nullify.
Okay.
I am going to pass in hand.
I'm gonna -3 speed with cooperation offer.
I will pass.
Minus the speed, surviving the final.
Pass.
Minus the speed, surviving the final.
Pass.
Minus the speed, unmatched quickness.
Pass.
Minus the speed, unmatched quickness.
Oh, I guess I could have actually sent this for. Maybe not. If I canceled the last one, I mean, that wouldn't matter. Sending it for 1 day. Maybe it will actually. That's kind of. Alright, I'll pass.
I'll flip speed and damage, destroying this, and then respond with both immortal shapeshifters. 1, I'll fail that one. 2, I'll pass it, get 1.
Alright, I'm gonna respond to cancel the life gain.
That's a fun interaction. Okay.
Yeah, it was sending for 0 anyways.
I've never seen Mentor Legacy used, and now all of a sudden, all of its things, I'm like, oh gosh, it's so frustrating.
It's a pet card for sure. But it's all predicated on one really, really, really goofy assumption that will never pan out, but on a 5. On for 2 speed.
Okay. I've got no response.
The 5 mid 4.
5,
Damn. Okay,
6,
well, it's an attack
7,
at least.
4, 5, 6, 7.
I was really hoping that that would
Have highs and lows.
that would be the highs and lows turn. I will let this go to momentum and end my turn.
Okay. I'll review out 1. Draw 5. I will. You're still in deadlock, huh?
Yeah, it's not been a good time.
I'll Elder Tagoro, toss that to play Warp Gate Portal on a 5. Checks a 3. 4, 5.
Respond Jin. -2 speed.
Okay, my first enhance will say for my next form, I can search my deck for an attack.
Cancel.
It is
Oh.
canceled.
I'll pass.
I will say how many? 3 cards in hand. I'll give it a speed with unmatched quickness.
I'll pass.
Speed with unmatched quickness.
I'll pass.
I'll destroy a foundation with Immortal Shapeshifter for a damage and respond with both Immortal Shapeshifters. 1, yes. 2, yes.
Yeah, I'll pass.
I will swap the speed and damage.
I'll pass.
I will pass as well. 6 mid, 5.
8. 7, 8. This removes.
Okay. What are the chances? Is it better for me to just swing, or is it better for me not to? I will. That was my Tagoro. You canceled that. What are the chances? I'm gonna try. Tremor Eruption on a 5. Checks a 3.
Ooh.
4, 5. Any response?
I'll respond with -2 speed.
Okay. I will give it a speed with unmatched quickness.
I'll pass.
Speed with unmatched quickness.
I'll pass.
I will destroy a foundation, give it a damage with Immortal Shapeshifter, respond for 1 health.
I'll pass.
If it's blocked, you commit a foundation.
I'll pass.
I will pass as well. 2 low 7. All high blocks?
5.
All right.
4, 5. I'll commit this
All
one.
right. Perfect.
There's some desperate times, aren't they?
Unmatched quickness, more. No remorse on a 4. Checks it. And my turn.
Draw 6.
Yeah, my swapping is ridiculous, and you're canceling all my. Because I only plan on, throwing a couple attacks, and then you just cancel the the one I need.
Rude.
But if I just live.
Said, I think we're on a play 1 pass.
Oh. All right. I'll review out 1, draw 5. I will Elder Tagoro. Toss that. And play.
Wait. Hold up. No.
Got
Don't do
on
it.
4. Checks the 5. I'll respond. Have you discard 8.
Where's my Mentor Legacy Punch when you need? One, 3, 4, 5. Get 2 first and then 6 after.
All right.
I have no response.
And then it's a flash. 3 mid 6.
5.
All right, you got it. Then I'll invincible body on a 4. Check a 2.
Yep.
I'll pass it.
I draw 2 at the start of my turn, then I have no deck. And
Okay.
thought the flash would get through the Elder Tagoro defense. I gotta try a little harder, I guess. Gotta find a way to shut down the immortal shapeshifters so you have to go to death. That's
Yeah.
the goal.
I'm gonna toss 2.
Fun.
Okay. I will review nothing. No, I'll review this one. Draw 2. Go twisty on a 3. Don't check the 1. Checks the 3. Nothing to see here on a 3. Checks the 3. Seize and Brawler on a 3. Checks a 5. And Larceny on a 4. Checks the 2. Dang it. Yeah, live by the 1 and 2 checks. Die by the 1 and 2 checks.
4. It was kind of weird. I'm not gonna. Go gently on a 5. Oh,
You checked a 1. You checked a 1.
I'll take that. Get out of that. I'm gonna play another one. Okay. Well.
At least there goes 3 gently thefts.
Respond Jin. Oh, there's a 6 check. Okay. It'll get 2 speed and then easily excited for a 3rd.
Cool. That puts it out of block range for me, I think. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I don't have a 6. I will go ahead and eat 8.
Nice. I was like 1 card away from having a sick, easy turn.
I will review 1, draw 4. We'll do Pageant Queen on a 2. House of Cards on a 2. Adaptable Anatomy on a 3. Surviving the Final on a 3. Quick to Act on a 4. Got him.
You draw 5. Let's do Wind Barrier on a 3. I'll respond Jin. It'll get 3 speed.
Okay.
If you have no response, my first chance will be 2 damage.
Okay. Minus no, wait. I'm going to reduce the speed to 1.
Okay. I will pass.
I'll pass as well. On a 3. 1. 2, 3.
Take it. Alright, this card gets -1 difficulty. Oh no, we're the same now. Doesn't. Womp womp. On a 6. Checks a 5.
I will say you checked a 3.
4, 5, 6. I will respond with Jin. It's 2 speed. I will respond with both easily excited.
Okay.
It is an 8 mid for 5.
I'll eat 5.
Alright, I will respond and destroy this foundation. You discard a card. What a time to not have gently.
Alright, I really need to get my legs under me here. 7. Where are my good foundations?
I mean, that Twisty's pretty good.
Yeah.
Twisty helped a lot, consider.
Warp gate, I'll just cancel that. I will review out, or Elder Toguro, discard this and play it on a 4. Checks a 5. I'll respond to flip Macho Concealment.
Oof. Okay. Yeah. Legit. Nice 2 speed.
You've kind of taken away my ability to swap speed and damage there. Oh wait, no, you haven't. I will give it a speed with quick act.
Oh, you are low enough. Yeah, I'll pass.
I'll swap speed and damage.
Okay, I'll give it -2 speed and -1 damage.
Oh, dang it. All right.
Because that's a life symbol, right? Yeah.
It does. I will pass. It's doing nothing.
Yeah, I'll take 0. See, I can do that too.
Yeah.
I need you to swap the stats for me still, but I can take 0.
League of Villains again on a 5. Got it. Invincible Body on a 5. Got it. And Relaxed Demeanor on a 4. Got it.
I need a way to flash a threat. I think that's where we're at.
Yeah, because I usually, the way I deal with throws is, I guess adaptable anatomy, but really it's
Go ahead.
I just reduce the speed and then swap it. Review out 1, draw 5.
The few flash throws the game has had have been like really tame, but when the characters, pump them, or when you find like the right scenarios, they're really good.
Yeah. I will go Risho on a 4, pick a 5. Any response?
Yeah, I'll just -3.
Okay, I will flip.
I'm gonna cancel it for you now.
Okay.
Because you don't have to target it. You just have to say I'm gonna flip something, and I have to cancel.
Okay.
I will pass in hand.
I'll say if it's not blocked, you flip 2 foundations.
Yeah, I will pass.
I'll give it a speed with quick to act.
I'll pass.
I will swap speed and damage. 5, 4, 2.
Oh, my goofy plan. I'll pass.
I will send it 5 high for 2.
I'll choose not to block. I'll flip these 2. Take 2. Actually, I'll flip this one.
Okay. I'll go Mortal Shapeshifter on a 3, and I'll respond on that check. 1, 2, 3. And go Surviving the Final on a 2. Okay, I feel good.
Review, draw 4. Centaur Legacy Punch. 3, 4.
I'll have you check a 1 on that. You can fail it if you'd like.
I'll respond Jin for 3 speed.
Okay.
Your response.
No response.
I'll pass response. I will pass in hand.
I will just remove this, drop the damage down to 0.
Yeah. Can't believe I reviewed that nullify. I thought I would draw a flash at that.
Mhm.
I will need a destruction. Yes. I'll pass.
I'll pass as well. I'll eat 0.
Yeah. Fine. Okay, I just only
Nice. All the flashes in there.
there we go. Go ahead.
Okay. Review out 1, draw 4. And I'll go Surging Crystal Darts on a 5. Checks a 4. You don't have any throws for 5. Any response?
No response. Or actually, I'll jam. Nice use.
Okay. I will give it a. I'll deadlock enhance plus 29 divided by 6. 29 divided by 6 equals 4.833. I'll give it plus 4 speed.
Okay, I'll pass.
I'll give it plus 4 damage.
I'll pass.
I will whop the speed and damage.
Okay, I'll. Hey.
Okay. And then I haven't used my form yet, and you haven't used your Jin yet. Yeah, we're doing it. I'm gonna Elder Toguro, toss that, and play 100% power on a 5. Checks a 3, 4, 5, and I'll respond after I play this attack. I'll commit your character.
Okay. Respond, Jin. Nice 2 speed.
I will give it. Oh, nope, I committed it. I will save 6 or more foundations. I'll get plus 5 damage.
I'll pass.
I'll swap speed and damage.
Pass.
I will destroy a foundation to give it a damage and respond Immortal Shapeshifter for a health.
I'll pass.
I'll pass as well. 10 low for 4.
Big 4. Whoa. Somewhere. 21. No response.
Okay. Invincible body on a 4. Checks a 3. 4. Operation offer on a 4. Checks a 4. And my turn.
A 4. Let's go Tornado Fizz. Steps. Respond Jin. Plus 2 speed. Your response.
No response.
All easily excited.
Okay, pass.
Do it again. 8 high for 5.
I'll eat 5.
We'll discard it from the card pool. Before. Respond. 5 mid 4.
5, 6, 5, 6. Full block.
Respond. On a 4. Again. 2 speed. I'll flip this guy. 5 by 6.
5, 6, 7. 5, 6, 7. Full block breaker 1.
Make the breaker 0 because I can't.
Okay.
Electromagnetic. Respond. Flip this guy.
Oh gosh. Okay.
5 high 6.
5,
We had
6,
the
7,
high
8,
block.
9. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Full block.
That's nuts. Alright, that's my turn.
Oh, okay. That was my last card. All right, ready up and draw my 7. I will first form Elder Taguro. Search and play again. Oh nope, it's in my momentum now.
Don't you hate that?
You don't get me a chance to let it out. Surging Crystal Darts. On a 5. Checks a 3. 4. 5. I guess we'll do that one for symmetry. Any response?
I'll respond with Jin for my 3 speed.
Okay, my first enhance will be Deadlock Enhance.
I'll cancel it.
Okay.
All unbreakable. It's completely, or if it's blocked, it's completely blocked.
I will give it 6 damage.
I'll pass.
I will give it a speed with quick to act.
I'll pass.
I'll destroy a foundation. No wait, I'll swap speed and damage.
I'll pass.
Destroy a foundation for +1 damage and respond and fail.
I'll pass.
I will pass as well. It's an 11 high for 4.
At a principle, I'm going to block this on a 14. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. 14.
Out of principle.
Oh,
Vile seizing on a 5.
wait, hold up.
Any response?
On Jin, -3 speed.
I'll say your checks get -2 for the rest of the turn.
I'll pass.
Check is 7.
That'll fail. I'll pass.
I will give it a speed with quick to act.
Pass.
I will pass as well. 1 high 6.
I'm at 15.
Okay. We'll go with our old favorite, unmatched quickness. And my turn.
Okay, well, it's not League of Villains, but I got my own big asset now.
You can. Yeah. This is a keyword.
Go ahead.
All right, I'll ready review out 1, draw 4, 6, 7, 3. I will play. Yeah, this is a little silly. Review out an attack. Play. Or not review out, discard an attack. Play Surging Crystal Darts on a 5. Checks a 5. Any response.
Respond with Jin. -2 speed.
Okay. I'll get 48 divided by 6 speed.
I'm pretty sure
8.
that's 8.
Yeah.
I guess I just. Cancel it. Then say it can't get any more speed bonus.
A bonus means plus, right? Not swapping.
Correct.
I'll give it plus 8 damage.
Okay. I will give it -2 to -1 damage.
I'll give it a speed with quick to act.
I can't get the speed from quick to act.
Oh, you're right.
I'm gonna pass. To be fair, this is a very casual game with 2 not very well made decks, and yeah, there's no time limit here, but you're not wrong. I just don't think you're correct.
Send it as a 1 high for 12.
Sorry, if you pass, I'm gonna.
Oh, okay. I will pass.
Free. Completely blocked.
All right, but that's out of your hand now. Oh no! I was supposed to destroy one. Crud. Okay. What is your deadlock here? Oh, that one. I guess I'll just end my turn there. Dang it.
Okay. Draw 6.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, it'd be like that.
This is rough.
Aggressive. Go ahead.
17. Okay,
To,
well,
to Matt in the chat, I don't think this is an Unga Bunga issue. I think this is a deck building issue. I think my deck is bad.
I will. While seizing on a 4. Checks. Any response?
No response.
Okay. I'll say your checks get -2 for the rest of the turn.
Yep. I will pass.
I will say check against a 7.
It'll fail.
3. Okay. 2, draw. I guess yours.
I'm passing.
I'm gonna give it a speed with unmatched quickness.
Pass.
Speed with quick to act.
Pass.
I'll destroy a foundation for damage and respond with Immortal Shapeshifter. Yeah. To gain a health.
I'll pass.
I'll pass as well. 5 high for 7.
I'll take 7. Gain 2, draw 2 twice.
Okay.
You know, it's kind of unbelievable. The deck has 20 attacks. The deck is not, it's 20 out of 63 cards, I think. I don't think the ratio should be this hard.
And Elder Toguro. Grab. Not seeing Masho, so I'm gonna go Tremor Eruption on a 5. Checks. I will respond to flip Masho Concealment.
I'll respond Jin, -3 speed.
I'll give it a speed with Unmatched Quickness.
Okay, I will pass.
Give it a speed with Quick to Act.
Yeah, I'll give it -2 speed and -1.
So if it's blocked, you commit 1.
I'll pass.
I'll destroy a foundation for +1 damage.
I'll pass.
Yeah, and then I'm gonna respond.
Yeah.
5. Cool. I will then send it as a -1 low.
I'll commit keeping Ares safe.
Okay. We'll do Invincible Body on a 5. Checks. Pageant Queen on a 5. Checks a 3. 4.
It's incredible what a knife slice would do here. You'd have to swap the speed and damage first, so that way I can't cancel the deadlock, but he could just be knife slicing me every turn. I will review draw 2. Yeah. Believe it.
Oh my gosh.
It's
I guess
really,
you're stocking up on all your...
Nope, they were right there. I just checked them all.
Oh yeah, that's
I
true.
can't draw them because they're on top of my deck, and then I mill them with my character, or I check them to play the cards that I drew. So
Draw
they're on
4.
top of the deck.
Well, I will help
Crazy.
you. You have 12, so I can go boom, boom. I will Elder Toguro, toss that one, and play it from there on a 4. Checks a 3, commit for 4. It comes in with 2 speed because it was played outside my hand. I have no responses.
I will respond and have it lose. I'll do that one.
Nice. Okay. I will give it a... Oh, any other responses?
Yeah, we're gonna Jin for -3 speed.
Okay. I'll give it a speed. First enhance, if that's all of them, with unmatched quickness to give it a speed.
-2 speed, -1 damage.
All right. I will give it a speed with quick to act. Bring it.
I'll pass.
I will pass as well. 3 high 3.
I'll take 3.
Is there any point to the? Well, kinda. Gut shot on a 5. 4, 5. I'll respond. Have you discard the top 8.
I really don't have a cancel. 2, 3, 4, 5, 7, 8. I'll take 6.
Okay. That was my last attack. Can't get rid of any of those. You
I
surely,
should probably
you
gain
got,
2, draw 2 up.
you're good.
Hey, Lamau, let's
Oh.
go.
I'll add that one to momentum, not that one, and then my turn.
Okay. We work with what we got. On a 3. I'll respond for +2 speed. Your response.
No response.
Okay, first dance will be +2 damage.
Okay. I will. Barrier shield on a 2. Reduce its speed to 0. My next card gets breaker 2.
Yeah, that doesn't count. Okay. I will give it +3/+3.
Discard a momentum with nothing to see here for -3 speed.
Yeah. I will pass.
-1 damage on that, or speed, 1 unmatched quickness.
I'll pass.
I'll destroy a foundation to swap speed and damage and respond with immortal.
Okay, you get to do the response first, but I'll nullify.
Okay, so you are nullifying the.
Figaro in here.
Okay,
Oh,
so
I guess
that
that's part of
because
the
I
effect.
did that one, so this one still gets to go off. Okay, on a 5. Oops. Checks.
You still get to gain 1. The stats do not swap.
Stats don't swap. Okay,
No,
okay, so I
pass
guess
it.
that was a response, so now it's your enhance.
Yeah, I'll pass in here.
I will discard a momentum with twisty surroundings and make it a high attack.
I will cancel that. I'll pass.
I will. Which one did you flip?
Pass or 1.
Ability on asset, cancel it. Okay. So how much damage is that?
Currently
8.
at 8.
I will pass.
-1 mid for 8.
-1. I'll block on a 2.
Oh no.
Checks. I will say breaker 2 because of the whatever, and
Yeah.
I'll eat 4.
I'll make it breaker 1.
Okay.
17. I'll play another wind barrier, baby, for the win.
Well,
Get 2
maybe not.
speed.
Okay.
First
No
+2 damage.
Okay, I'll destroy a momentum with nothing to see here for -3 speed.
I'll cancel that.
Okay.
I will pass in hands.
Flip cooperation offer -3 speed.
I will pass in hand.
Might have misordered some things. Minus the speed, unmatched quickness.
I'll pass.
I will swap speed and damage, destroy this, and respond Immortal Shapeshifter. And I'll fail it.
Plus 2 damage.
Oh gosh, dang it! Well, you done did it. What? No, you didn't. I will just. Oh yeah, you got this. I'll discard a momentum with Twisty Surroundings and make it a high.
Yeah, I'll cancel. I'll pass.
I will pass as well. You got it.
Okay.
I don't have the med block. Good game.
very
All
good.
your cancels.
Yeah. The interest of people waiting in the queue.
Yeah,
I'm
no.
gonna say
In a real game, in a tournament, there's no way we would get through 1, let alone 3.
Yeah.
Or I mean, we wouldn't get through 2, let alone 3. So
we would
yeah.
definitely have to be playing with the intention at the beginning to like power through.
Yeah. No, this was wild. Just that I couldn't do anything that I wanted to do, but stopped you from doing what you wanted to do.
I was gonna say I didn't really get to do much of what I wanted to do either. Your defense was still really good considering, you're basically working with on block responses.
Yeah, I try to mostly not have to block, just zero everything out. Well, thanks so much for the so much for the game. This is a matchup I've never tested before, and so now I know it's just as wild as I thought it could be.
Yeah.
All right, have a good rest of your queue.
Yeah, have a good night. I'm gonna play some Critical Role tag format next.
Nice. All right, enjoy.
Yeah. Jeez. All right, I got Justin went to bed, so I guess it's Matt Vallejos, who's come up with a very cool tag format. He sent me the rules here. Give me a quick what's the elevator pitch on the rules?
So the cool thing about this format is it effectively is playable outside the box of any of the challenger decks, because each challenger deck comes with 2 characters in a 60-card deck. This format takes use of both characters in the deck. You basically start with 1 character active. At that point, basically from there, you all characters, so yours and the opponents, are cut in half for basically to speed up gameplay. But once you take the average of both together, it basically will be the same time length as playing a normal game. Once basically it goes from there.
Okay.
I'm actually looking for your table right now.
It should be under the name Ace with the password 123.
Cool.
So each character has a separate health total. It's not shared.
Correct.
Okay.
So we're gonna need 2 more health calculators.
Gotcha. All right, that's not too difficult.
Yeah, like when I play live in person, I like to use a commander life counter because it has like 4 health totals.
That makes sense.
So yeah, basically like the object of this game is to like open up deck design a little bit, because if we were constructing our own tag decks, the main version of the format is you choose 1 symbol from each character, and that's how you design your deck. So basically you can say my deck is all void, so as long as any of your cards match all and void, it's legal for the deck.
Oh, I see. Okay, I thought it was like, when I was reading through it, I thought it was like you got to pick all cards and void cards and just treat them as the same symbols.
Well, yeah, that's correct. So they're considered the same symbol for playing the deck. You just choose 1 symbol from each character,
Oh, okay.
And
so
basically they all, yeah.
So all the cards don't have to share 2 symbols; they have to share one of the 2.
Correct.
Okay. Yeah, that's
so it
very
opens
cool.
deck design a little bit that way.
I was gonna say, I'm like, how does that open deck build? Like, I'm not trying to be, you
Yeah.
know,
Yeah, for sure, for sure.
I was like, wait a minute, because I've played decks like that. There's some characters out there that really didn't function in the past unless you had the 2 symbol gimmick down. So.
Exactly. But yeah, that's the general gist of the format. It's basically like a fun pickup format. Like the way I envision it being played in the most casual of senses is someone already has their tournament deck, and let's say they drop from a tournament at a regional. They can just take that deck and add any 2 characters to it and just go play some casual games with this format.
Yeah.
That's the idea. I just want people to just pick up and have like an alternative option to have some fun on the side. Like, it's not fully balanced out quite yet, but it's getting there, I think. As you know, like, ultimately the proof's in the pudding. That's why, like, I definitely wanted to like share this with your viewers today, to see like what people, they can watch a game and get an idea of how it's played.
Right. Yeah. No, I've been excited to try it. It's just I've had a lot going on.
For sure.
We talked a little bit about it last year, and then,
I was basically building it right after HLC, and then I got busy with like contract work, and then on top of that, I was also dealing with PC issues after I finished said contract work. So I've been really, really busy.
I remember we talked a little bit about it, and then you were like, "I've got plans,"
Yes.
And you didn't want to spoil too much. And then
yeah. Luckily, the UK Versus boys of all people have been like,
I was like, okay, well,
yeah.
I don't want to spoil the surprise. And then like you started sharing the rules for it and stuff, and I was like really excited. But then I got sick, and then I had casting coming up, and like everything, like my schedules got flipped around on everything that I do, and so I wasn't streaming. And
you had casting, I had judging.
I know I was telling you I want to do this for a while.
Yeah, what color do I pick to join the table?
Well, you got really far away. Hold up. Okay. So which deck do you want to play?
I am fine with either or, whichever one you're more comfortable with. Because I haven't really studied the cards yet, so...
I have not played with any Critical Role cards, except the one Void card I just put in that deck.
Oh, this is gonna be sick then.
Yeah,
we're gonna be discovering it together.
Yeah, I haven't.
As I'm teaching a new format.
I haven't looked at the deck list. I don't know what all the cards do. I've like scrolled past them on Ultra.
I've been told that Knot is a lot of fun, so I definitely recommend you play Mighty Nine.
Yeah, okay. I do think the characters of Jester and Knot are cooler than the twins, but I think
definitely.
But like deck building wise, I was definitely more interested in like constructed format Vexala, the Ranger. So.
Oh yeah, Vex is awesome. And I watched the cartoon.
I'm about to. I keep meaning to, and I haven't yet.
Yeah, the first 2 episodes are then it gets really good.
I'll be honest, I am like, I don't know what it is. It's like impossible for me to do anything alone. And so if all my friends have like already seen something, or if like they, if we're not gonna sit down and like watch something as a group, the majority of content that I take in is like sports data and like card game historian,
All right, for TTS, which color do I pick?
You gotta pick red.
Okay, I pick red. And could you, I sent both deck lists. Can you create the other deck list for me? Because my computer likes to crash when I do that sometimes.
Oh, that's not good.
Yeah, not my computer, but the app.
We don't like that. Got you.
I don't trust it yet. I've been playing with a lot of settings. Try to get this all fixed up. Awesome. We just I gotta search for the character card out of here.
Okay, so I'm taking half of each character's health, rounded up or down?
And you're gonna choose one character to be your starting character, your active character, and that's gonna be your hand size for the turn. So obviously you're gonna probably pick the 7-hander. That makes sense to me.
Yeah.
But grab this deck, throw it over here. Over here. Yeah.
Got 8.
You got 8. I got a 9 apparently, so I guess I'll go first.
Okay. So the inactive character goes face down.
Yeah, that's how Dobby guy's doing it. So I'm kind of just running with that for now, so we can
Okay.
But usually, like in person, you'd be setting it to the side, away, so it doesn't get confused with any other zones.
I can dig it. I'll put 1 back.
So I'll shuffle up my deck. I'm gonna draw 7. Oh yeah, before we start the game too, we add the top card of our deck to our momentum. That's one of the differences of the format.
Well, okay, I assume
Boom.
tagging costs a moment.
Yes, the tag mechanic always costs some momentum, so that's kind of like part of it. And then player 2 also, I borrowed from, was it Triple Threat? They get to build a free card too.
I get to build a card?
Yes, when it's your turn. But yeah, that also works. Yeah, it'll be the same card.
Is that the start or the end, I guess?
Yeah. Oh yeah, that's for you do mulligan and then the build. I suppose.
Okay. Well, yeah.
Or the review. The review. I mean.
Part of the argument against giving player 2 a free foundation is that it matters when they get it. So like doing it at the beginning is way better than the end.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, I'm definitely overhauling the rules in the coming weeks. Like, this is just basically like the gist of the idea. That's why I sent the document to you to,
Yeah, no.
Like any feedback is definitely appreciated. I'm gonna play Trinket on it too.
Makes me wish that we got Tekken Tag.
Yeah, me too, brother.
Let me get some Tekken Tag up in here.
Trinket for Vex on a 3. Yeah. Who knows, man? Maybe those are challenger decks. We don't know what they are yet.
Yeah, it's fair.
Could be a full set. Could be challenger. Who knows?
When
I know, but I can't talk about it.
I'm surprised. Yeah, I'm actually surprised I didn't make a video. I was like, when they announced Tekken Tag, I saw it at like midnight. And I was like about to make a video just gushing about how excited I am to have fighting game. But like,
yeah, I'm so happy.
That wasn't real content, you know what I mean? Like it was just like, oh, I like Tekken.
Yeah.
Tekken's
yeah,
cool.
I mean, I'm so glad fighting games are back.
Like, that's all
it's been too long.
Does not.
Yeah, so here's the cool part right here. Before you end your turn, or during the end phase rather, you can choose to tag out as a free action.
Oh, that makes sense. As a free action?
Yeah.
No momentum cost?
It's free. Yeah, there's no momentum cost at the beginning or end. Before you start your turn, you can tag in, and then at the end of the turn you tag out.
Oh, I'm definitely gonna tag.
That's only for the active player.
Okay. I'm definitely gonna tag into the higher health tier.
That makes sense to me. But you gotta also be aware, like as soon as you knock your opponent to 0, the turn immediately ends. You don't get to like build cards after. Right. It just shuts down and goes, and then basically you swap. Basically, like in an actual fighting, like was it Injustice?
It's
like
Injustice, yeah.
That's the example I like to use. I'm gonna review one.
It's so sad how much I don't like the Injustice gameplay, but I think the Injustice round system is actually revolutionary.
Oh, it's awesome. Yeah.
Like you get to keep it. Someone once told me the reason they prefer Smash Brothers over like traditional fighting games, 2Ds and whatever, is they like that they kept their health lead between rounds and between stocks, and so you can't like 4-stock somebody. You can like double perfect or whatever. You can like OCV, but you couldn't like 4-stock somebody in the same sense. And
correct.
And like Injustice kind of lets you do that.
Yeah, it sure does. Like I was top 100 King of the Hill. I think I still hold that record for the first one. With the first couple weeks, I did like a 4.5-hour run with Batman. It was pretty wild.
Yeah. Now,
so I'll do.
Now, be honest. Were you teleport spamming?
With Batman, I don't think I don't think he had a teleport in that.
No, he didn't have the one where he like shoots up off the top of the screen and like comes down on top of you.
No, that was I believe Mortal Kombat versus the DC Universe.
Okay, because he had like this fucking black bag throw you, like he had like this thing where he would like jump down off the screen and like grab you and put you in a bag or something.
Yeah, he had this crazy cape parry, which was they had to nerf.
Yeah. So I swap out after I draw my opening.
So before you draw, you got to do the swap because it's going to dictate your hand size on how many cards you draw.
So it is before the hand. Okay, that seems way better.
Yes.
Okay, then I'm gonna swap back.
Yep.
Cool.
Oh, I gotta mark my health. 12. Half of 22 is 11.
All right, let's do Spirit Lollipop, everyone's favorite.
14, 15.
Any response?
Do I have responses? After your rival flips a fountain. No. No response.
Okay, I will. Let's do twice per turn. Add the. Oh no, I don't want to do that. I want to do mill 1. There we go. If you have less health than your rival, your attacks get 1 damage, gain stun 1, but I don't.
Yeah, we are both 11 health.
Yeah.
Yep. So I'm gonna go ahead and say. Nah, I'm gonna pass.
I will do the twice per turn now. So I'm gonna add this to my hand, and then if I discard a copy of Tinker's Bolt, I add it to my momentum.
I think there's a way to auto discard at random from your hand.
There is, but it doesn't work. It always discards the rightmost card.
I'll let Dobby Guy know because they're using that.
Yeah, I think for one player it works and the other player it doesn't, actually.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so I just don't.
I'll let them know. Perfect. So you didn't discard the same card, correct?
I did not.
Okay. I'm gonna pass. Pull up my tag.
Mill 3. If I mill a spell card, I draw a card.
Yep.
1, 2. There's a spell. 3. I get to draw. I'll put this one on top of my discard.
For sure. Yeah, I'm gonna pass.
I will pass. 5 mid 5.
5 mid 5. I'm gonna block with Fiery Dagger Flourish. So on a 7, I check 5, 6, 7, full block. Or no, or half block.
Half block.
Because it's mid, right? Yep. So I'll take.
Well, I'll respond and say after this attack is blocked, my next attack gets +3 damage.
For sure. So I take. It was how much damage?
You take 3.
I take 3. Dang it. 11, 8. So under tag rules, after I successfully block, as a response, I can discard 1 momentum and select your inactive character, bring it into play as your new active character, and set your formerly active character. Yep. And the response cannot be canceled. So discard 1.
Or are you swapping, or am I swapping, or both?
I am swapping.
Okay.
Yep.
That's the emergency tag.
Yeah, it's an emergency tag mechanic, and what's really cool is if I don't block an attack, you can actually force me to tag back in by spending a momentum. It's called a snap
That's
tag.
the snap. Okay.
Yep. So you try to knock out my character.
Speaking of not blocking, on a 6, 5, 6. It's 3 damage.
3 damage. Chems in with +3. That's right.
Yeah. I have no response.
Let's see. I'm gonna go ahead and pass right now.
Okay, I will commit 1 foundation. My spell attack gains stun 1. If it's blocked, I mill.
Cool. I'm still I'm gonna pass.
Alright, I'm gonna stun 1.
Yep. I'll stun that.
I will, if you're passing, I'll mill 1. I now have less health than you. So my attack will
You
get
sure
1
do.
damage and stun 1.
Yep.
I will.
I still pass.
Get nothing, I'll stun 1.
Do I have anything other that's tenacious? Nope. After your... Yeah, there it goes. Cool beans. I'll pass.
I'll do the twice per turn. Get a targeting blast.
Yeah.
It's a Tinker's Bolt. Rip. The other card I picked up.
Yep. Hey. I'll pass.
Yeah, I will pass. 5 high for 9.
5 high for 9. That's a lot of damage there. I'm gonna half block this one too. 5 high on a 7, 8.
Yeah.
5, 6, 7, 8, and then response flip after I partially block gain 2.
Okay.
Does that? Hold on. After you block, so that's before damage, so I shouldn't even do that, huh?
I mean, yeah, it doesn't gain you any life.
Yeah, so I'm not gonna do that.
Okay.
So I'll take
5.
I'll take 4 or 5. Yep.
And then my spell attack was... Oh, this wasn't a spell. You get to ready.
Correct.
One.
I get the ready one.
Yeah, because this is a weapon, not a spell. The one non-spell
Fair.
jester. Technically, you get to ready whichever one you stunned if you...
Yeah, it was one of these for sure.
Or whatever, I don't care. You can ready whatever.
Yeah. It was the same card. It was one of these two.
But you would have chosen a different card anyways.
Yeah.
My bad. First time.
It's all good. Yeah, we're both learning.
Targeting blast on a 6. 5, 6. This one is a...
Yes, it is. It has 4 keywords. Wow. We're back to 4 keywords, huh?
Too. For my first enhance, I will... I could pay life. I'll still mill 1 with...
Yeah, for sure.
all response flip. After I mill 1 or more cards, I'll add it to the top of my...
Yep. Sounds good. I'm gonna pass.
I will...
Actually, I do have an enhance.
Okay.
I'm gonna add Trinket to my card pool and give the attack -4 damage, and if my character is Vex, add the card to my hand after it resolves.
Okay. I will
Yep.
powerful 2. That 2 damage.
Hey, we did it. I'm gonna go ahead and pass.
I will wound on a 6.
Ooh.
If it deals,
How much?
you lose 4.
I lose 4. Okay. Yep. Uh-oh. I'm gonna take some damage. I'm gonna pass.
I'll pass. Send it for 2 damage with a
I
burn
take 2.
4. Alright,
Burn
I'll
4.
respond. My next attack hits +2.
Yep.
On a 6. 5, 6.
Awesome.
That comes in with 2 speed.
I'm gonna go ahead and pass.
I will mill 1 with not and get no damage from it.
Dang, I'll pass.
I'll send it for 3.
This turn, this tag gets +1 speed and +1 damage for each attack in your card pool. Oh, you didn't play it?
What?
Oh, there's a static ability on it where it has free damage.
No. You've taken damage this.
Right. Oh, it's not taking damage. Okay, I see what
Yeah,
you're saying.
it's not taking damage.
Yeah, I misread it. Okay.
If only.
Okay, so I'm gonna go to 1.
Okay.
Yep.
And then I will play this on a 5.
Tight.
And this one on a 6. Any turn, cool. There you go, I got 1 in hand.
Yep. I'm gonna clear my card pool out. Ready.
Partially blocked everything.
Yeah, I try to live. Hold on. Before I draw, I'm going to ready step, flip. I am now a 7-hander, and I'm going to draw 4.
Okay.
Cool. I'm going to play Dagger on a 6.
Okay. I'm excited for this card, and I don't know why.
It looks cool, and it has a funny gimmick.
It's so basic. But yeah, it's like 100% bought into the gimmick. And like,
yes.
It's like silly, but it's not goofy. Right? Like, it's
Yep,
not like present
exactly.
like goofy, but it is like silly. I don't know.
Yeah. Add 1 card with your... Oh, I have to spend a momentum to do that ability, though. That's fine.
True.
I'm gonna say Vax Enhance. Your range or weapon attack gets +3 speed. If it gets -1 speed for each other attack in my card pool.
Yeah, it's real fast.
So +3. Yeah.
I have no enhances.
Dang it. Wrong button. There we go. Flip, your attack gets +2 damage. If you have an ally card in your stage, it gets +3 damage instead. I no longer have an ally card, so I get the +2 damage at least.
I'll pass.
I'll send it 6 high for 8.
I'm at 3.
Woohoo! Sideways. I'll play Storm of Arrows on a 6. 3, 4, 5, 6. You may spend ranged weapon attacks from your card pool as though they were momentum to pay for this attack's Echo ability. So I will do that with the Echo.
Well, Echo's after it resolves.
Oh, I do. So that's when I pay the cost? Okay.
Yeah, it's when you go to play it.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
I knew that. I'm going to go ahead and then instead with my first enhance is say my range or weapon attack gets +3 speed. It gets -1 speed for each other attack in my card pool. So +2 speed net.
Yeah, I'll do knots twice per turn. I'll have
Sure.
a Doodler to my hand.
Yep.
And then we will discard the Doodler, so it goes to Momad.
Sure does. I'm gonna go ahead and say, I'll pass. 6 high for 5.
I'll pass. I'll die.
So the turn will immediately end.
Okay.
Your character that died usually will go to the RFG file, but that's fine. We already marked it there.
Yeah, that's whatever.
So this goes to my momentum. And this also goes. And it is your turn, sir. Since it's during the end phase, I do get the option to switch, which I actually will do.
Okay.
Put out my character that has 1 health.
That makes sense.
Yep.
Oh, big freaking explosion. You like big freaking explosions here.
Yes.
Any response on vote?
No. That card looks so sick.
Yeah,
I really like the art in the set.
I want to see like alt arts, like collector arts for it.
Oh, I can't wait.
Yeah. I'll add a spell to my hand.
For sure. Is that any spell?
It's any spell.
That's pretty good.
It's actually broken. In constructed play, if they make more spells, I'm actually terrified because she already. Have you seen the loop deck with her attack?
Yes, I have.
The
I saw it
Echo?
for the first
Yeah, I was
time
playing against it.
on your stream yesterday, I think.
Yeah, I was like, this is actually bonkers. Like, I can't believe this. We'll grab
for sure. That's a good one. I'm gonna go ahead and pass.
I feel like I know what you're doing, so I'm just gonna pass
Oh,
as
I'm gonna
well.
die immediately, take back a turn?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm gonna send it for 5.
I'm gonna immediately die and take my turn back.
Okay. Here, is this a spell? It is.
One, two, three, four, five. I'm gonna review one. 1, 2, 3, 4. I'm gonna draw 3.
Yeah.
Let's see. I'm gonna play Arrows and Daggers on a 5. 4, 5.
Okay.
And I have Vax. Oh, that's cool. There's a Vax and Vexelia ability on the card. That's neat.
Yeah, this is one of my favorites, like, no cap. I think having them each have their own ability on it is so cool.
Yeah. And it's even more dynamic with this like tag format too. Like you can like choose option based, you know, swap out momentum and switch whatever your character you think would best benefit the situation.
Yeah, it like super fits that, right? Like you
On a 4?
you you can get like a totally different attack in the same game, which is very cool.
So I gain +1 speed as a static.
Uh-oh.
And it says your attack, your rival flips 1 foundation.
I thought this was targeted flip. It's not as strong as I thought. I'll flip
Nah,
this guy.
yeah, it's not nearly as cool. It's
Still pretty
now
good,
your
though.
names.
I will pass.
Carpool, mill 1. If you milled an attack this way, your ranged attack gets +3 damage, otherwise it gets +1 damage.
Oh, come on.
That's pretty good!
Come on. Oh, I get to do this on your turn. I'll spend the momentum to get a spell.
Yeah, definitely do that.
Gonna shooter up the correct block zone, everything.
There you go. I'm gonna look
I
at
have
what my
it.
next ability is gonna be.
Low block spell.
I don't have attacks in my card pool to get the full benefit of this card, but oh, that's a cost. Never mind. Okay, I didn't mess up. Yeah, Prank War requires it to be cost for me to blow up your foundation. I'm gonna go ahead and pass.
Alright, I'll -2 speed. Oh, not that one. This one.
I will still pass.
I'll choose to block for half on a 5.
Sure.
Take 5.
Yes, you will. So you're down to
11.
I thought it was 8 damage, so you would take 4, right?
I thought it was 9.
5 plus
Plus
3, right?
Oh, well. I'll gain the health back.
Yeah. Heck yeah.
Oh, wait, no. I should have been... Yeah, okay. So...
Yep. Let's see. Purple. There's something that says after response. This attack deals damage. The next weapon attack you try to play this turn ignores progressive.
Yeah.
Hey, I remember. Name of foundation. Your rival is. Oh, I'll do that after. So ignores progressive on a 4. Hey, there it is. I will. You have any on-play response before I go to enhance?
No.
Oh, cool. I'm gonna say card pull mill 1 if you milled attack.
Yeah.
It is not an attack, so it gets +1 damage. And it comes in with +1 speed from the static of Mark Your Prey.
It's also not ranged, so it would only ever get them.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Yep.
I'm sure if yeah, I'm not 100% sure if the otherwise it gets 1 damage means otherwise your ranged attack gets 1, but
Milled attack. Play your ranged attack otherwise. Oh, I see what you're saying.
yeah, because normally the second sentence refers back to the first one, but the
Yes,
word
I see what you're saying.
otherwise has never been used before as far as I know. So
It's very nebulous.
yeah, it's very much like one of those card gamer things where you're like, this isn't the normal way, so I don't know.
Yeah.
I have to search now.
It reminds me of when they added the word try into the text. I was like, try? I've never seen that before.
Yeah, the only card after Fantasy Flight that has the word otherwise is I Am Here and another Critical Role card.
Huh. The more you know.
Yeah, so anyway, I'm gonna go get another spell card. It's Big Freaking Explosion.
Yep, that's a pretty good idea. I think I'm gonna get the crackback. I'm gonna say stun 1.
Yeah. I'll pass.
I'm gonna give it +3 speed with Vax and then get -1 for each other attack in my card pool, so +2 speed total.
I will pass.
I believe I am passing as well.
It's 6 mid for 6.
Correct.
We're gonna
It's
go
hella mid.
on a 10. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I fail. 8,
You
6.
take 6.
That's it.
If only I had another attack.
I would just pick up Restore anyway.
I'm gonna form commit and commit 1 foundation. Your rival loses 1 health for each attack in your card pool. Clear 1 card from your card pool.
Med 4.
Oh. Yep. So I gotta commit a foundation. Yep. What does it say? Oh, I gotta clear 1 too. I'm gonna clear this out.
But does that have to be an attack?
No.
Oh, that's
It
crazy.
says your rival is
Dude.
clear 1 card. Yep. That's pretty good. These characters are pretty cool, man. Not gonna lie, I'm kind of excited. I'm gonna build down Trinket on
Dude,
a 4.
Jester is like actually bonkers. Like
Definitely.
Even with the limited spell selection, like there's just so many card types and there's so much easy momentum. I haven't even had to do it with her herself, right? Like,
Oh, for sure. Exactly. This was full blocked.
I already have 6
This
cards in
one's out.
hand, so I will review one.
Yeah, you already crafted your kill hand.
Very much so. And there's more to come. You get to say Spirit Lollipop. Passes. I assume you have no response.
I do not.
I will start with go pick up a spell.
Sure. I am passing. Let me know if you flip anything though.
Will do. I'm gonna get duplicitous attack.
Sure.
I will.
I'll pass.
I'll commit this with Doodler gets stun 1.
Yep. Pass.
I'll stun 1.
Yep. Yeah.
I'll wound on a 4.
Yep. I'll pass.
I'll pass. 5 mid for 5.
On an 8 to live. That is 4, 5, 6. I am dead. GG's.
Alright. Yeah, I had the full sculpt.
Yeah, the full. Yeah, you crafted the the kill hand of kill hands.
Pretty tight.
That's kind of what I saw coming. I just kind of bricked like. If I needed like probably like 2 more attacks, I probably could have done.
Dude, I mean, when you had to partial block like 4 attacks, and I got 4 momentum and flip into the Jester, like, that was pretty much my plan the whole time, right? Like, looking at the way the rules worked and the way you were like, when the character dies, there's like the full stop, right? That's when I was like, oh, I can generate 1 million momentum with not, and then Jester is like super consistent.
Yeah.
Right?
What do you think of that? The full stop upon like losing a character?
I think it's smart. I like it.
Because I feel like it can create it's like kind of like a comeback mechanic too.
Yeah.
So it's like the game's not a foregone conclusion.
I will say, I think the one thing, if you didn't have it, I would definitely look for like a burst style mechanic, or like the way you have the tag on block to have like a tag like not on block, but I don't know what you would do specifically.
Yeah.
But like
tag on block.
Yeah, like when you block and you can like tag out.
Yeah, you want to have it not on block, is what you're saying?
No, I'm saying if you didn't have the full stop, you would have to have something like that.
For sure.
You know, because I think it's cool. Like it's one of the cooler things about this format to me, that like you can't OTK, like you literally can't OTK someone. Like they will get a turn. And
yeah, I definitely don't want someone just getting punted on, like, you know, because we're cutting everyone's health in half, so I don't want someone just getting punted really quick.
And while, you know, you could still make the argument that, like, I want to play my pair of characters, and killing one off early is, like, you know, as bad. It's not. You know, it's just not the same.
It's not, it sucks, but it's not like, oh, the game is already over, foregone conclusion. That's kind of what I'm going for with that.
No, I like it a lot. It definitely makes the format unique, and like I said, like you'd have to come up with like the equivalent of a burst mechanic to like guarantee that you get to play one of your characters. Because the main thing is, when I first read that the health totals are like halved like that, while you did talk about it being like it was like a regular match length, you do end up with less total overall health, and so my immediate fear was, if you're not like overkilling, right? If you're not like wasting damage on the overkill, then like having 2 characters that average out to like 25, 24 health seemed really scary. But
exactly. Like if you go to my modifiers, I have an option called Fighting Edge format. And what that allows is for like the inactive character to slowly gain health back, like in Marvel when it's resting.
Very cool, but hard to track.
Hard to track, exactly.
Annoying
That's why I put it as an optional modifier.
Yeah, but that is very cool. I like the idea that like every turn that you don't tag a character in the heal one, I like that, but I could definitely see that turning into some real slogs with how good people can play defense. So
Exactly. That's kind of like my thought too. Like the other option I thought of, like that was my biggest issue with the triple threat format, was I felt like the games weren't long enough. Like it's like UVS wants to find their own commander, right?
I mean,
and like if the games were a little more dynamic and like a little longer, it could be like their version of commander. So I was thinking of adding the tag team format to the triple threat rules and make it a 3-player, and the game ends when someone deals final damage to someone's final character.
Yeah, that's not too bad. I
think that would be the perfect amount, like length of time, like, you know, comparable to like a commander match.
I still think it's weird that people don't think commander would just work. Like,
yeah, I mean,
you would have to, you
do commander with UVS.
You would just have to
Yeah.
hammer out how priority works for blocking and like responses. Because that is the
And
one thing.
obviously design a bunch of cards that work with the format.
Well, I mean, you could eventually.
I feel
but,
anyways.
like, yeah, but like, there's a couple things that are like up for debate. But like, if people actually just sat down and played it and like settled on a rule, I think it would be fine. But you know, I'm a big fan of. You could just play 4-player universes. If somebody gets ganged up on, that's normal for Commander, and you shouldn't play with those people. I like the idea that you can block for people, because a big part of Commander is that you can save people, and you can like King Make and Group Hug. So I want Group Hug effects. And the only thing I would say is responses are open to the table, but enhances are only the target of the attack to like make things, you know.
Or maybe limit it. Maybe say you can only play one enhance when it's not your attack.
No, that's you got to keep it clean and simple, in my opinion.
That's fair. That's fair.
One is like an arbitrary number, you know, like it's just like
it is arbitrary, but like at the end of the day, like my biggest concern is people just sitting there not doing anything.
Yeah, truly in a perfect world, you would just say that everybody gets to play the enhanced step, and I believe that would be like a utopia. But I'm not here to have a 9-hour Commander game.
One single game for 9 hours.
Yeah, you got your homie over there who's sitting on manly friendship. Every enhanced step going, I'm gonna minus. Nah, you know what? It's fine. Like, I don't
yeah.
need
So if you look at my other modifiers, like on page 3, I also have an assist me format where basically you play this mode, but you only have one hand size and health of your starting character, and you just get the second character as an assist. Like basically, it plays the same, but we're not tracking their health or hand size.
Okay. Too bad.
That's also an option. Basically, I got the idea from Marvel 1 because back then there was assist characters.
Right.
Instead of being like a tag.
They're called breakers, I think, in Fatal Fury.
Yeah. That was like where I got the idea from.
Yeah, very cool stuff, man. I dig all this. I'm definitely gonna dive into it. I want to do some actual deck building for it because the critical role.
Correct.
Stuff,
yeah. I just wanted to give you like a demo of the format before like we build like actual decks and stuff.
No, and
that was the idea with these.
You're 100% right that the way they're doing these challenger decks with 2 characters is like perfect for this format. So.
Exactly. That's like, you know, it's funny because when I was designing it, I didn't even think of it at the time. It's like a week into me building the mechanic. I'm like, wait a minute.
Yeah.
And like it just dawned on me. I was like, wow, what kind of perfect timing right now.
You know what this kind of reminds me of too, actually, with the challenger decks now?
Yeah.
Do you remember the old Mega Man and Darkstalkers tins?
I love those things.
Yeah.
Yes.
So you remember the whole gimmick was there's basically a starter deck inside. And then
and you get the 3 Robot Master characters or the 3 Darkstalker characters that come with the 10.
Right, you had 3 characters and they each shared one symbol with your character.
Yup.
So like what was it? Iceman shared all with Mega Man, but not the other 2. And was it Bomb Man had Order, and then who was the good symbol character? Whatever it was, right? Like
Cutman.
There was the
Cutman.
There was the 3 characters inside, and this seems like this would be great for something like that, where it's like I've got like 4 characters who can all play this one deck, but one character is like clearly better for it, but they all have their own unique things that they bring to the deck. But having like a way to play them both together and like swap between them would have been really good, I think. So
yeah, so that's kind of like the idea is I just want people to enjoy, like, open up the game with a few more deck build decisions by adding the second symbol. Of course, it's going to create probably some broken combos that are unforeseen. But, you know, it is a casual format, so, like, I want people to have some fun, and if they want to break the game and if they have fun doing that, then go for it, you know?
Right, that's the thing, right? Is you just gotta have that conversation, right?
For sure. It's like, and then at the end of the day, like, if the format does take off and a lot of people want to play it, then of course they can actually, you know, add a ban list or whatever, or a restricted list or something.
Yeah, we gotta get into retro with it. Do the old dogs new tricks.
Yup. Yeah, I feel like it has a nice baseline for a lot of possibilities. I definitely need some more eyes on it and more people to give feedback.
Yeah, I think my initial impression feels like the swapping is a little too
Clunky?
free or constant, but that's probably good in the long run. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, I'm expecting there to be more of a hurdle to swapping characters out, but like, it's probably good for the format about swapping characters out to make that easy. So
Exactly. That's kind of like I want people to feel free swapping their
Yeah.
characters in and out, and making it feel like a tag team game.
yeah, I was
But
a
at
little
the same
surprised.
time, my big worry right now is like someone did give me feedback on the snapback mechanic. They said it's too free, like just the one momentum. There should be a higher cost, like maybe like more than one momentum. So
Maybe an
I've definitely-
unblocked attack seems fair to me.
it seems fair to me too.
Yeah.
So
The only other thing I would think of is if you wanted it to be like a hard cost, like a difficult cost, is maybe discard an attack card as like the pseudo. Because if you remember, like the snap attacks are always like these big haymaker moves that you can combo into in most games, but like you have to combo them pretty specific. Like you're never hitting them raw, right? The raw snaps.
exactly.
Raw. I've seen a
It's like
raw snap. I've seen a raw snap twice and it was in Marvel vs. Capcom Ultimate 3 or whatever.
Yeah,
like,
yeah. Because you want to get Phoenix back into Killer before she has the 5 bars.
Yeah, and the raw snap was on. It was. I'll never forget it because it was on the Zero, doing his stupid. Fuck. What was he doing?
His shadow clone thingy.
Yeah, he was doing his like up and down dash. Like he has like that leap move, you know, whatever. I can't remember the names, but yeah, he had like on incoming, blocked, and then did like his DP basically, and then jumped back and got snapped. And I've never seen someone jump backwards and not block in Marvel in my life. So it wasn't a counter hit. The commentary was like, "That's not a counter hit," you know. They're like, "This man jumped backwards and like held nothing, pressed nothing."
That's so sick. That's so sick.
Like, the last thing he expected was a guy to jump and chase him and snap him, I guess? I don't know. It's fucking wild. And then the other time I've seen the raw snap was to get the Phoenix in.
Yeah, I just had one more question. What do you think about having each character's health?
Oh, I think it works perfectly.
Yeah, because I feel it
works...
scales, because if you pick a 5-hander and a 7-hander, when you scale them both back and then you add that number, you have like an average of a 6-hander health.
Well, that, and even when you don't, right? Like, was it the Knot and Jester work out because they come up to 27? And it looks like there's a trend of higher health totals coming. Like, I keep saying
that's
it,
what
like...
I've definitely noticed that too, which, you know, I kind of tend to agree with, because if you're going to print all these big bad haymaker attacks, like maybe give every character a couple more dots of vitality.
Yeah, I think that way they can kind of temper the game out where like blocking is not super duper important. You know, it's not like always for your life is on the line, but at the same
like
time,
every other attack's for your life.
Yeah, but at the same time, they don't have to start making everything unblockably fast because you have a few more hit points. So like, it's a choice.
Definitely.
So like, 27 will be like lower than average, and it already is like on the lower side of the 6-hander health going forward. But because the game stops, because like there's a pause when a character dies, you'll probably get like a couple extra hit points from the overkill that gets soaked. So like, if a move that would kill one of your characters between Jester and Knot is like a 5 damage move while you have 2 health, it's like you had 30 health, right?
Yeah, exactly.
So I think
it's the same. It's the same principle with King Ghidorah that got spoiled. Like, you technically have a little more health because, you know, you're not going to be at the exact lethal every time you get hit for lethal and like revive back to 10 health.
I've sent like 38 damage at a fucking Taisei, and they just lived. You know, like that character is like, I think the top was it. You get 4 times 30. 4 times 8 is 32, and then you get the 2 health from the starting Taisei. It's like 34. And I sent like 38 damage at this character, and like every time I'm like, you know, dealing 1 damage at a time. It was so annoying.
Oh yeah, it was cancer. I remember the Taisei being funny, like really notoriously hard to kill sometimes.
Like he was on the 8-hander is what I'm saying, like the whole time.
Exactly.
Anyways,
That's
I
yeah.
do gotta wrap this up because it's about
For
midnight
sure.
here.
I'm gonna bounce too. Like,
Yeah.
thank you for taking the time to look into this format for me and like trying it out
No,
and
this was
sharing it with your
awesome.
audience.
If I can, I might try to dedicate a whole day to it. I'm gonna try to get like a more
Yeah, that'd be
normal
cool.
stream schedule.
Yeah.
Mainly so that way I can do Star Wars Unlimited on one day and
For
Universes
sure.
on another day.
Yeah, I'm always more than happy to like help out in any way I can with like tag stuff. Like I'm really like I think it might have legs. It's just I want more people to try out and give me feedback and just be honest. Like if you hate it, like just let me know and I'm like okay. Like I'm not gonna get mad or anything.
Yeah, it's definitely gonna be like a perfect side event.
Yeah, I think that's why that was the intention. I just want something else cool that people can do with their time and enjoy this game in different ways.
Yeah, this is something because I think I'll say this: the biggest strength for it is it's one deck.
Exactly.
It's
It's
one
one deck. It's just an extra character. That's all it is. And then
yeah, it's just a
and
normal deck.
one of those
size, so-
stinkers that like to try to break the game and like build like outside like because that's what I noticed with Dobby Guy. He likes just building decks and stuff, and that's awesome. That's totally a valid, I encourage that. So like this is like a perfect format for him, where he can like build outside the walls and restrictions that you normally see in a standard constructed environment
Yeah, and I think
by adding the second symbol.
I think the other thing that's gonna be big for me with this is it'll scratch my off symbol itch.
Yes, it will.
I don't get to
'Cause,
off symbol cards anymore. I don't get
Yep.
to multi symbol, and so this is a format that is basically begging me to multi symbol, which is why
Exactly.
I'm so excited to do constructed for it.
Yeah, that's why it's basically freedom multi-symbol, and that's actually where I kind of stole the idea from it. It was if you played Lorcana, they have two colors system. That's
Yeah.
basically where I got that idea. I was like, yo, you just pick two colors and you build your deck however you want. I was like, I'm gonna add that to the stack format.
I do think that it's so tough for me because I'm a big like open-ended guy, and so the Lorcana system just seemed like so many games are just like looking at like what works for Magic, and then instead
Yeah.
of saying how do we cultivate an environment where that is something you can do, they're just saying like what if we just force you to play the best version of Magic?
Yeah.
And a big part of Magic, I think, for a long time has been that like very few decks are monocolor, and so there's a lot of games that are like you can only have two colors, but you have to have two colors. You know what I mean? Or like,
Yeah, I see
think-
exactly what you're saying.
I think Runeterra did that. Star Wars Unlimited kind of does it, but they let you double up on the same color, which adds a unique level to it, which is nice. Like the way they do the resource allows that.
It's like you have an opportunity to play any card that you want to play. There's just an extra, hurdle.
Right. Well, and like you can't do like the same two colors in any other game, which so it's kind of unique. Like, And then there's one other game that had it where it was just like, you can do multiple colors, but you're basically locked at two or something. And so it's very funny to me that it's like, I think it was a tactics game that I played on Steam. But it was like very funny to me that it's like we all admit that playing one color per deck is not good for deck diversity and deck building and fun and all that good stuff, but we're also not good enough at making an elegant system, so we just restrict you to one. And that's kind of how I felt about the no off symboling in MHA. It was just like, well, we can't make a system elegant and balanced enough, so we're just going to restrict you. Lorcana was like, we don't want it to be like confusing and balance issues, so we're just going to restrict you. And Star Wars Unlimited, for what it's worth, very much is like on the we're restricting what you can do, but they've made basically face and heel, right? From Raw Deal. I don't know if you're familiar with Raw Deal. But
I'm somewhat familiar enough with it to know what you're talking about.
Yeah, so like they literally have like the face and heel keywords. Your deck could only have face cards or only have heel cards, unless you were Kurt Angle. Kurt Angle could have face and heel cards, because he's like I'm an Olympic hero. It's true, and he was like acting like a good guy, but he was a bad guy at the time, right?
That's awesome.
So yeah, so he got to do both, And then Vince McMahon has a bunch of cards that are supposed to be healed that are not. And Rob Van Dam can use weapons that are, and they're not healed, but whatever. I'm getting sidetracked. The hero and villainy thing is like the same gimmick, right? And I think that's cool. And so it's Star Wars Unlimited has had like a slightly fresher take, but it is kind of like, and you know the way the bases work, right? So
exactly.
Either way, what I'm trying to say is I think this format has a lot of great uniqueness to it, but it's not overly complicated, and that's amazing.
Yeah, that was like one of my guiding principles when building this format. Is like I do not want this thing to be over 3 pages.
Yeah,
I want you have the regular rules document that you reference for everything, and then this format needs to be 3 pages, codified, and be easy to follow and track for players to not be confused. Is my end goal.
Very, very
easy
cool
to pick up and play. Yep.
All right, man. Is there
a
place where people can find the rules for this format?
Yeah, so right now I have a document that this is the link I shared with you. I made it public. I'm definitely going to go find somewhere where I can link it to a better place. But right now, like anyone that wants to know, they can just grab the link. I can put it into Discord, Facebook, etc. Like anytime tag format stuff comes up, like, yo, can I get a link? I'll send it. But unfortunately, this is also an unofficial thing, so it's just me. So like I don't like have a home place where I can put the the document up. So I just share it by where I can.
All right. Well, I'm gonna link it in my Discord, as small as my Discord is, and
yeah, I appreciate it. And like anytime someone wants to reach out, I'm MurderClees on Discord, Matt Vallejos on Facebook, Matthew Patrick Vallejos, my full name, is on Facebook. Like always feel free to message me if you have any questions or concerns or feedback for the format. I'm always open to suggestions and all that, and if you want the link for me, I can send it to you that way too.
Yeah, no, that would be awesome. I'm gonna definitely brew on this a bit. We're gonna see if I can.
Yeah, maybe in a week we can build some decks and come back and grab some games, and if players are interested, they can also build some decks and get something going.
Yeah, awesome. Well, I'm gonna call it for tonight because we'll be here all night gabbing if.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I'm gonna disconnect.
All right, man. Thank you. GG's.
Thank you so much.
Have a good one. All right, well, that's going to do it for me tonight, folks. I hope you all had fun. If you're watching this on YouTube, I hope you made it to the end and enjoy the format, the tag format, as it's called. We'll have to come up with a better name, I think. There should be a better name, but yeah, I had a lot of fun. I'm going to be doing Star Wars Unlimited probably in the future on its own day. We'll maybe get some tag format stuff on its own day. But I will see you all in the future very soon. Be good to each other, be kind, be well, be happy, be all the things